Just a note to horsemen in the paddock area, no trucks are to be parked by the barn. There's a wagering booth down there, so no trucks to be parked by the barn down there in the paddock area.
Okay, so Race Day Live here at Summerside. 137 years of racing, and we are back at it tonight. 38 minutes to go before first race post time. You're with Lee Drake, Peter McPhee, Rocky Skierman at the Race Day broadcast desks, and Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. We'll do a little round the horn here to get some levels on our mics here tonight. And gentlemen, set to go here. Everyone's talking about the weather, so let me give you the latest weather forecast that I have. Right now, it's a mixture of sun and cloud, 30% chance of showers or a thunder shower. The wind's at 20 with gusts a little later around 9 from 20 to 40 kilometers an hour. That's what it looks like right now, but there is no doubt the one thing that we can control is an awesome race card tonight. Can't control the weather. And Peter, it's 16 dashes on card tonight.
Yeah, we've had a great week here in Summerside, Lee, and it caps it off tonight with the 55th edition of the Governor's Plate, brought to you by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And what a week it's been, Rock. We had the at the start of the week we had the Limbs. Roland breaks the track record, 151-1 for H Pacers, and then last night New Legacy breaks the trotting track record here for H Trotters, 158-1. Rocky, quite a week.
Yeah, it was. I spent most of the night up there with Vance Cameron in the booth just watching him call the races and watching, and I was up there whenever he broke the track record, so it was something else. I texted Don right after. He owns part of that trotter. It was a nice trip, so yeah, no, it's been a great week, guys.
It certainly has. We're going to a number of action, of course, a lot of action on the racetrack. Let's talk about some of the action off the racetrack. And we start with that I'll Pick 5 tonight. Starts in race number 1, 1,500 guaranteed pool. That low industry standard takeout of 15%. That's in play tonight. There's 2 super high 5s, a late pick 4, and of course that Gold Cup and Saucer trip for 2. If you play on HBI, Peter, or also on Express Bet, and you get in on that tonight, boy, you could be coming to Prince Edward Island.
Great contest, and we also got to mention, Lee, Don Lupel and Robert Reed Jr. They're with us tonight. They're back as part of that All-Star Handicapping Challenge. So, Rocky, I know you were paying attention to that, and Robert came back to win that, and he's back tonight in Summerside trying to pick winners again.
Yeah, good luck, Robert, with that. We're all in the same boat here, and that super high 5. Vance Cameron and I laughed so hard last night when he was on the camera for both of those super high 5s. It's pretty funny, but anyway, one of these days we'll get it, Peter.
I think so.
come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
And here we are live from Red Shores in Summerside, beautiful Prince Edward Island, and we are set to go tonight for a mega card, 16 races set here at Summerside, historic Summerside Raceway, 137 years of racing. You're with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee and Rocky Skierman at the Race Day broadcast desk. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight, and we are getting set to go. Gentlemen, I know right off the top tonight we have a beautiful night, had a beautiful week here in Summerside, only one night of rain. Now everyone's talking about the weather tonight, so let's give you the latest forecast that we have at this point. Coming into it, we have the weather of a mixture of sun and cloud, 30% chance of showers or thunder showers, the wind at 20 kilometers an hour, and it will gust a little later to 40 around 9 p.m. or so. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. But anyway, you look at it, 16 races tonight, and we have a special edition coming up at the 5:45 mark with our pregame tonight. And that's on the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. But Rocky, we're going to move to the race before that, and we're going to kick things off tonight with the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Final, and it is a dandy.
It is a dandy. 8 starters, 8 open mares. Going in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for a purse of $6,000. Peter, from the rails, Share the Moment with Jill Barrio. Plain Jane, 2 for Corey McPherson. Ace 44 Dome is 3 for Jason Hughes. Dolly Sky, 4 for Kenny Murphy.
Yeah, Dream Fair Zen Fire. Of course, she's been the queen of the Maritimes the last few years. She'll lead from 5 tonight for Mark Campbell. All Tell Me Ma, that's post 6 tonight. And Paul Lansel gets the call on All Tell Me Ma tonight. Sugar Bowl, a horse that's racing great since arriving on the island. On the outside tonight for Adam Murner. And Better Be in Love from the outside post 8 for David Dowling. Like you said, Rocky, sets up to be a great Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Final. It comes up in race number 15. And Lee, how about this week? The track record for Rollum earlier on, 151-1, and New Legacy last night sets the trotting record in Summerside, 158-1.
Yeah, and Teen Heffernan as well with stakes action earlier in the week as well. It was funny. I ran into Mark Campbell at the race office just before we came down to the broadcast set here, and we were joking because there is the new track record sign there, and I pointed to the time, and he said, "I just want to try to win it, so don't worry about the time." Anyway, yeah, it's going to be a fantastic night of racing. We do have that honorary presentation coming up at the Prince County Horsemen's Club. We'll get to that in a minute, but first let's send it upstairs to Vance Cameron for all the equipment and program changes on this mega Saturday night race car advance at Summerside.
Absolutely, Mr. Drake, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program. It's event number 13, and it features the 55th edition of Summerside's race, the Governor's Plate. They're racing on a fast track tonight at 25 degrees Celsius is the temperature in Summerside at this time. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, Mr. Derek Fallon. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Derek Quinn. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 2. In the second race, a division of the Atlantic Sires, number 4, Sioux Warrior, will go from open to blind bridle. Turning over to race number 3, the 3-entry, Wickedly Sinville, will go from blinkers to cheek rolls. Next change, go to race number 5. It's the first of 2 super high fives tonight. In the 5th race, number 2, Doc Awesome, going from cheek rolls to blind bridle. Number 8, Salzbrook Flicker, the driver tonight, Todd Trites. Race 5, the 8-horse, Salzbrook Flicker, make the driver, Todd Trites. Next change, turn over to race number 10. In the 10th race, scratch number 6, Jetster. He will not go. And scratch the 9, Bedham Vicky. Race 10, scratch number 6, Jexter, and scratch 9, Bedham Vicky. The final change on the card, turn to race number 16, Governor's Plate 55. And in the 16th race, number 8, Vino Louis, adds a Tony Morgan inside. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. The first race post time set for 6 o'clock. You have 25 minutes to make your first race selections.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this evening the Prince County Horsemen's Club is recognizing individuals for their significant contribution to our track by having them serve as honorary parade marshals for this evening's program. Our honoree on the double-seater jog cart with Adventure Luck and Reese Williams. Tonight, Reese has turned the reins over to MLA Tyler DeRoche. Tyler is active in our industry as an owner, trainer, and driver, and served as president and director of the Prince County Horsemen's Club. Tyler was also a former member of the Summerside City Council before being elected earlier this year as MLA for Summerside Wilmot. They will be officially introduced by Vance Cameron when they approach the grandstand.
Ladies and gentlemen, this evening the Prince County Horsemen's Club will again recognize an individual for their significant contribution to our track by having them serve as honorary parade marshal for the evening's program. Our honoree is on the double-seater jog cart with Adventure Luck. Adventure Luck was a popular racehorse at both Summerside and Charlottetown until his retirement age of 14. Reese Williams and Adventure Luck have kept active in the matinee circuit, which shows the commitment of our owners and the versatility of our horses in the retirement years. Reese has turned over the reins to owner, trainer, driver, MLA Tyler DeRoche. Tonight, the Prince County Horsemen's Club recognizes the contribution of the Honorable Barb Ramsey. Barb was a former city council and a strong advocate for Summerside Raceway and its horse people on city council. Earlier this year, Barb embarked on a new challenge, being elected as MLA for Summerside South Drive, and was named Minister of Social Development and Seniors by Premier Dennis King. Let's welcome Barb, Tyler, and Adventure Luck. The Prince County Horsemen's Club is proud to recognize the Honorable Barb Ramsey tonight in the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle, thanks to Reese Williams, Adventure Luck, MLA Tyler DeRoche, and the Race Day broadcast team. Special thanks to Michael Gillis, along with writers Ken Oakes and Lee Drake. Race Day Live continues from Redshores, Summerside, on Governor's Plate Night number 55.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
So here we are back at Redshores in Summerside, and it is Governor's Plate Night 55 edition, and it's presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And we're going to take you through the field here. Lee Drake along with Rocky Skirman and Peter McPhee at the Race Day broadcast desks tonight. Weather looks pretty good right now, mixture of sun and cloud. The temperature is at about 25, feels like more like 30. and the wind at about 20 right now. So we may have to tape some things down here on the outside broadcast location tonight, Peter. But and Rocky's in the air conditioning comfort.
Yeah, he looks comfortable in
Doesn't
there.
feel like 30 in here.
No, it doesn't. But we're going to set things rolling here. It comes up in the mega card tonight, gentlemen, race number 16, and what a power-packed field it is. And Rocky, when we get your thoughts on this field, I mean, the draw was Tuesday night. You were here. You conducted the draw. We were all watching to see where these horses would line up. And as you know, being out on the racetrack, a half-mile racetrack, post position is key in a signature event like this.
Post position is definitely key, Lee. Roll him, though, from post 7 tonight, as we mentioned the other night. I think he could lead pretty far out and still overcome. But, you know, anything can happen in a horse race. I was thinking that on my way down here tonight. We got 2 leavers leaving 1-2. An American Risk, he can leave probably faster than just about any horse in the Maritimes, and he's leaving on the rail tonight with Todd Trice, who's probably, you know, he's one of the big time drivers that loves to leave with a horse, that likes to leave. So it's going to be interesting, that first turn tonight. Miles Heffernan 2 with Roll with Hottie Toddy. Twin B Tough Enough 3 with Gilbert. Interesting to see what he does tonight. Meticulous, look at the closing speed on him. He gobbled them up the other night and the other day and took trial 2. Kenny Murphy in the bike. Batter Up Hanover 5 for Paul Angel. He's going to be a threat tonight. Stash It Away, another threat. My third choice in here, Roland, my first choice, and Vito Louie from post 8. He adds a spreader to the outside tonight, so it's going to be interesting.
You know, I was looking at it today as well, Lee, and we've been looking at it all week since the draw. American Risk on the rail is really the horse for me because, yes, he's going to shoot out of there. And people forget, Todd Trice has won this race 3 times. He won it in 99, 2005, and 2010. So Todd knows his way around this racetrack. He is not going to let anybody go tonight. He will be uphanded the action here tonight, and I think that's a big part of this race early on here tonight. Now, we think Mark will come with Roland once they straighten out, but I think Todd and Miles both are very aggressive off the wings. I think they're going to have a say early on tonight.
Yeah, I think it's a tactical play here with the Maritime Magic Man as well, leaving from post 3 here. He knows he's got some levers on the inside of him with Twin to be Tough Enough, who is a horse that can get well placed and also can finish like a freight train. But Meticulous GB, I mean, Ken Murphy in his interview today with the Journal Pioneer and the Guardian did a great job, and how he's just so excited to be part of it, but also what a classy horse is. And this horse can be a horse that can roll out of there too. Batter Up Hanover, I think, is a sleeper in here, along with Stash It Away. They can both. Stash It Away loves a helmet. You know he's going to get one of those tonight. And, you know, it's just one of those races that anything can happen in a race like this. And it's all going to be, I think that first 8th and the first quarter is going to tell a lot about the tail.
I think so as well. Twin B Tough Enough, I don't think we've seen his best yet this year. Last fall, he was winning all the big races. I think he's due for a good one here tonight. But don't forget, Barrio's won 5 of these, the Governor's Plate. So Barrio looking for Governor's Plate number 6. So Twin B Tough Enough. Keep an eye on him. It's very interesting because we'll see what Jules does. Does he go with them early? Does he sit? Does he wait till Mark goes? I think he's in a real spot where he has to make a decision early here, and that's very key in this race tonight.
I know, Rocky, it is all tactical plan here, and they all line up 8 wide. And that's what's interesting about a half-mile racetrack when they're lining in here. So I think that opening 8th, as we said, in that opening quarter should be hot tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be hot tonight. American Risk leaving on the rail. I don't think we're going to see Campbell come quite as early as you think he is, guys, but I think he's going to swoop them, I think, in the end of it.
And Mark has won 4 of these as well. I was looking at the stats today. Gilles has 5, Mark Campbell has 4, Dr. Ian Moore has 4, and Todd Trice on the rail has 3. So keep that in mind when you're heading to the windows tonight.
All right, so it is Governor's Plate 55. It's presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. A couple of housekeeping items for you. After race 4 is the arrival of the official motorcade tonight, so keep that in mind on the backstretch. No warm-ups after the 4th tonight. And we get everybody in the house here, then it's on its way to the mega card tonight and the Governor's Plate coming up on race number 16. 11 minutes to go before first race post time. Joining us live at Red Shores, it is race day.
Introducing the first race pacers and their drivers on post parade. Number 1, Leavin' Bruises. The owners are Basil Hunter and Douglas Mullino of Stratford, trained by Wade Myers. Jason Hughes drives. 2, Cheeky Play, owned by Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall. Corey is the trainer driver. Number 3, Now Showing, owned by Leith Waite, Leslie and Spencer Waite, and Jimmy Gorman. Trained by Leslie Waite, tonight Mark Campbell. 4 is Starship Glide, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts. Patrick Shepard's up. Number 5, Midnight McNeil, owned by Gregory Kirby of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine, trained by Chris Davies. Kenny Murphy driving. Number 6, He Can Rock, owned by Corey Livingston of Village Green, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner drives. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on Plate 55's opener. This is Race Day Live from historic Summerside with a special Governor's Plate presentation presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Lee Drake, Peter McPhee, Rocky Skirman are next on Race Day.
Okay, thanks very much, Vance. And under 4 minutes to go here. And we kick things off, as usual, with the Isle Pick 5. But it's important tonight because the first 5 races on this mega card, 1,500 guarantee pool here, and that low 15% takeout on races 1 through 5. So time for you to get in on that, and we'll make our way out to the racetrack with the Daily Double, Exacta, 20-cent Superfectus, Triactor, and all in play. And don't forget to take your ticket with the Wild Horses, because tonight, $55 in honor of the 55th running of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And Rocky, we're picking up some of the top contenders in this Power Pack field opener.
Yeah, let's go out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the Daily Double, Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, and it is the start of the Isle Pick 5. Don't forget to tag your tickets tonight for that Wild Horses jackpot of $55 in honor of the 55th running of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And Peter, landing on the 3 in here, Now Showing, as am I. We got the same picks in here, Peter, 3-1-5. And there is the 3, Now Showing. 3-year-old colt by Captain Treacherous for Leith Waite, Les Waite, and Spencer Waite, and Jimmy Gorman. Les Waite, the trainer. It's Mark Campbell in the driver's seat tonight. 6 for 7 thus far, Peter.
Yeah, I think he's got a big shot here, rocking the opener. June 13th right here in Summerside. Left 6, you can see made his way up throughout the race. Was a winner by a neck, 56-2. Closed out in a snappy 27-3. And then right back in Summerside on June the 20th there was a winner, 56-3. Closed out 29-1. He certainly likes to race here. I think he has a real good shot to kick it off here on Plate 55 night in Summerside. Now Showing, it's Mark Campbell tonight, 6-5.
And there we get a look at the rail sitter. That is Leavin' Bruises, 4-year-old by Believin' Bruiser for Basil Hunter and Doug Molyneux. Wade Myers, the trainer. It's Jason Hughes in the driver's seat. Those last 3 starts really jump off the page, Peter.
I agree, Rock, and he's inside here tonight. He's going to be a tough customer. 851's 3 back, a winner, 55-3 in Charlottetown. Then came back on July the 2nd. That was a Sunday afternoon in Charlottetown, off the rail, 3rd to Impeccable Shadow, charted 55-3. And then right back on the 8th last Saturday night, left 4, was a good 3rd to Impeccable Shadow again, 155-2, 27-2 on the end of it. I'm with you. He's tucked in. Jason's driving well. I think they're part of it here tonight, 7-5.
And And there we get a look at the 5. That is Midnight McNeil. 2 starts back. This horse was very impressive, Peter.
Yeah, he sure was. That was right here on Canada Day in Summerside. He was a winner by a neck, 28-3, 156-4. Excellent win. Then he came back as part of that series. Colts left from 2, finished 4th, 55-4. Still a nice charted trip. And he's got Kenny Murphy coming off a grand slam on Friday night here at Redshores in Summerside. So Midnight McNeil, I think, is the value play here. Don Lupol's got this horse on top at 5-1.
Yeah, and I just want to mention that I kind of jumped ahead of myself there, boys, in that last horse, Midnight McNeil, owned by Gregory Kirby of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine. Chris Davies, the trainer, and as you said, Peter, a very hot Kenny Murphy coming into this card will do the driving.
Okay, so we have the opener here in Summerside tonight, and we want to thank some of the many sponsors that helped put the show together here with the Prince County Horsemen's Club, Century 21, Greco Pizza, Callbacks Home Hardware. Also a thank you to Noonan Petroleum, Palmer Automotive, Sherry's Heating. Thank you for your support with Prince County Horsemen's Club this year on Race Day Live. And we have an anniversary coming in through tonight, and that is happy 40th anniversary to Suzanne and Claude Cassie from Kokan, New Brunswick. From your 2 daughters and from all of us here at Race Day. Nice to have you tuned in tonight. Now, we would like to say a good evening to all of you at the Governor's Plate viewing party, the sold-out viewing party at our sister property in Charlottetown tonight. Nice to have you tuned in. Countdown clock is in. It is post time in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and upstairs for the opener. Here is Vance Cameron.
Leaving Bruises, cheeky play now showing. Starship Glide, Midnight McNeil. He can rock. There's a half a dozen noses moving up on the gate to open it up. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing, leaving Bruises, Starship Glide, Midnight McNeil are leaving out on the rail. Cheeky Play is 4th, away 5th, now showing. On the outside, He Can Rock is 6th. They arrive at the 8th. Here comes Starship Glide in line to Patrick Shepard. Up on the outside to take on Leaving Bruises in the early going. 3rd up the rail is Cheeky Play. Back into 4th. That's Midnight McNeil. Now showing got away 5th. Then in 6th, the trailer, He Can Rock. They arrive at the quarter, and it's given go time in the front end. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, puts Leaving Bruises back on the point off at 28. And 4/4. Second around the turn is Starship Glide. Here comes now showing on the move in the outside. 3rd for Campbell. Racing from 4th towards the rail. Cheeky Play. Midnight McNeil 5th. And He Can Rock trailing the field. Halfway home, we have a new leader. Now showing in line to Mark Campbell. Clear and open by 2. Leaving Bruises is 2nd. Starship Glide is 3rd. 58 seconds flat was the half mile. 4th is Cheeky Play. He Can Rock on the outside. 5th. Now the trailer. Midnight McNeil. Up the backstretch they go. The 3/4 is the next station. A 3-length advantage for now showing. Starship Glide on the outside. 2nd. Leaving Bruises on the cones. 3rd. Cheeky Play is 4th. 5th on the outside. He Can Rock trailing at the rail. Midnight McNeil. The 3/4 up in 1:26-3. That was 28 and change in the 3rd with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Now showing clear by 2. Racing 2nd is Starship Glide. Leaving Bruises is 3rd. Cheeky Play 4th. Deep in the stretch to open up Plate Night at Summerside. Now showing in line to Mark Campbell. 2nd is Starship Glide. Leaving Bruises held 3rd. And the time for the mile in 1:54.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener on Plate Night, Peter. Now showing, as we expected, new race win record. What a mile.
What a trip this was here tonight. They were swinging early, the 1 and the 4, Starship Glide, and leaving bruises. Little give and go through 28 and 4. Mark didn't wait long. First up grinding, he cleared at the half, 58, and he zed zoom up the backstretch, 126, and 3 a little heat from 4 late, but not going to catch the 3 now showing in Campbell. 154 and 4, kicking it off on Governor's Plate Night in Summerside.
Well, when you want to get a horse back on a winning streak, just throw Mark Campbell into the sulky. Works all the time. Here's the first race winner going to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle. That's number 3 in your program now showing. Bay Facing Colt, 3 years, the son of Captain Treacherous. Off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, the show returns. Owned by Leith Waite, Leslie and Spencer Waite, and Jimmy Gorman. Bred by Steve Stewart of Kentucky, Black Creek Farm of Indiana, Michael Robinson of Ohio, and South Mountain Stables of New Jersey. Trained by Leslie Waite. Mark Campbell with a catch driving call. Had him on top all the way, pacing to a new race win record tonight, 154 and 4. Now showing in the opener. Now the official results in the first, leaving Bruises third, Cheeky Play fourth, now showing the race winner. Starship Glide was second, Midnight McNeil sixth, He Can Rock finished fifth, fractions went 28 and 4, 58, 126 and 3, and the mile 154 and 4. In review, 341, 265. Now showing paid $3, exactor $14.80. Triactor, $62.20, and the superfactor was $24.07.
Okay, welcome back to Race Day Live. There's a look at some of the payouts for you in the opener here tonight at Summerside. And we're going to take you through the plate once again here, the 55th edition of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And Rocky, we're going to start with you. And we talked about it in the pre-race here, in the pre-game, about the field and American Risk off the rail and for Todd Trites tonight. And I know you're going to take us through the first four, but I do recall on the draw night, there was quite a celebration there when you drew... when Steve Williams drew American Risk off the rail.
Yeah, we get Conrad Perry up here, and Jeff Farish and his son Aiden, they own in on this horse, so they're pretty happy there at the table the other night. American Risk on the rail, and he shows a nice mile in his last one, 152-4 for Paul Angel. But he has to drive for Batter Up Hanover tonight because he has him. So American Risk is on the rail for Todd Trites. Roll with Hottie Toddy 2 for Miles Heffernan. Twin B Tough Enough 3 for Jill Berrio. Meticulous GB 4 and Kenny Murphy, Peter.
Yeah, Batter Up Hanover again, who was a gate-to-wire winner in Charlottetown. If you look at his line a little bit back down the lines there, from post 5, a gate-to-wire winner. So that's the post he has tonight here in Summerside. Stash It Away is 6. Roll 'em coming off the track record is 7. Vino Louis, 8 for Dale Spence.
Okay, so there's a look at the field for the Governor's Plate to the 55th edition here, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And as we mentioned, the official motorcade, there's reception underway right now. The official motorcade comes in after race 4 tonight, and we'll introduce all the dignitaries that'll be here for the big show. We have our first of series of interviews coming your way after race number 2 tonight, and that's going to be Samantha Gallant with Harness the Hope, a big signature event coming up later this month. Okay, so we'll meet the horses coming up next for race number 2. We're going to slide in the picks. No, we don't have time for that right now, but here are the entries for race number 1. We'll get to the picks in a minute.
First division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 3-year-old colt pacers on the second race post parade. Number 1, Arthur Chateau, owned by Toad Hall Racing of Lunenburg, Nova Scotia. Jason Hughes now trains and drives. Number 2 is Bad Boy Boogie, owned and trained by Dana's Suite of Bloomfield Station. Mike McGuigan catch drives. 3, J.J. Landon, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained and driven by Gilles Barrio. 'Sioux Warrior, number 4, the owners are Walter Daigle and Brady McDougall of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd. Colin Shepherd drives. 5 is Woodmere Arturo, owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, trained by Ronnie Matheson. Corey McPherson up. Brian Edwards of Summerside, the owner. Dwayne McCachran, the trainer. Adam Murner does the driving. 6 is Futures Diablo. 4 minutes wagering time on the second. The 55th edition of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Race Day takes a trip down memory lane.
Yeah, we're going to go down to memory lane in just a second here. First with the picks, and so nice, guys, to have Don Lupel and Robert Reed Jr. part of the picks here tonight. And boy, there seems like a theme on this one.
Yeah, they're both excited to be back. Garnet Barnsdale wanted to come back; he's on vacation. So Don Lupel and Robert Reed Jr. have submitted their picks for tonight. 3-2-5. They're going in here. Backstretch beat. Nick Oakes has had a nice week. 3-2-6. Classifier on the bottom. 3-2-5.
All right, so guys, we're doing some photos as well throughout. Last night we started it, and Rocky, it's always nice to take a trip down memory lane. I know you do it each and every week as well. I love your segment of Atlantic Post Calls. But here's a look at Kim Ash, and the record is Kim Ash breaks a Summerside record. That was a photo back when we all got started here with the Governor's Plate in 1969.
Yeah, Art Porter, who is the uncle of Bill O'Donnell, he won the first 2. He won it with Kim Ash in 1969. And he won it again with Firebolt in 1970.
That's a great photo, and John Ferguson is on the far right there. We talked about John last night, NHL player, and he was the GM of Windsor Raceway later on.
Yeah, Maple Leaf Stables of Halifax, Nova Scotia, the owners of Kim Ash. So, out to the track we go for race number 2 on this Saturday night mega card at Summerside.
On the backstretch area, no warm-ups after the 4th race. For the official motorcade and introduction. So on the backstretch, after the 4th, no warm-ups.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old colts in the B division. $4,000 is the purse. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 3 in here, Peter, J.J. Landon, 3-year-old by Tobago Cays. For David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, Gilles Barrio is the trainer and the driver. Coming into this one on a winning streak, Peter.
Yeah, hard to go against him, Rock. He's winning, but he's winning by noses, as you see. The last couple, they had 2 to 5 winners of 1 to 2 life. One by a nose, 156, closed out 29. And then if you go one down, left from post 6 was a winner by a nose, 57 and 2, 29 and 1. And you can see 6 for 7 this year in top threes. Already has 3 wins, so very hard to go against him. He's from post 3 here tonight, and he is the heavy favorite right now, 1 to 9.
And there we get a look at the 2. Bad Boy Boogie just taking it easy on the backstretch there. It's a 3-year-old colt by Pang Shui for Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Stations. Also the trainer, Mike McGuigan, is in the driver's seat last night. That was an impressive trip for him in his last start, Peter. Just inside some pylons, he got set back.
Yeah, that's right. Third, when he crossed the line, DQ to 7. Still 58 and 1 is a good charted mile. If you go down the lines a little bit further, May 28th here in Summerside, PEI Colt left 2. Mike had him tucked in all the way. It was a good second. 58 and 3 closed out in 30. So I think he's looking for a similar trip here tonight. If he gets it, I think he should be part of it. 9 to 2.
And there we get a look at the 5. Woodmere Arturo, 3-year-old by Arthur Blue Chip for Pat Morris of Charlottetown. Ronnie Matheson is the trainer. Nice to see Ronnie racing these horses up here quite a bit lately. Corey McPherson is in the driver's seat, comes into this one off a win, Pete.
Yeah, and again, Rock, that was an interesting start last time out, last Saturday night there. Left from 6, he left hard, and he got into a hole, sat 2 most of the way, then he rallies late and wins in 59 and 2, 29 and 2 on the end of it, but a really nice move by Corey off the wings last time got him that victory. So like you said, he makes the move to Summerside coming off the win, and he's from post 5 at long odds here, but we'll take a swing and put him in for third at 23 to 1.
All right, there's a look at the 4. Sioux Warrior here, coming in at 29 to 1 odds, and note the equipment change here, open to blind bridle on that equipment card here tonight as we're getting ready to go. Once again, thanks to the sponsors of the Prince County Horsemen's Club, we kick off Plate 55 night tonight. Spring Valley Lumber, Ilsley's Feeds, Novus Glass, Microtel, and DC Tire, which is part of the drag truck. Did you see? So doing some great work on the track there with Mario here at Summerside. So we mentioned the Governor's Plate viewing party at Charlottetown. That's underway as well. Hi to the folks in the Barnes area tonight. Nice to have you tuned in. Hope you have this mega card. So countdown clock is in, broadcasting our world headquarters, Redshores.ca, FM 98.5 in Summerside. And the Metro Home Building Center starting gate heads the field. Back upstairs to the call with Vance Cameron.
It's the first division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes in tonight's second. Arthur's Shadow, Bad Boy Boogie, J.J. Landon, Sioux Warrior, Woodmere Arturo, Futures Diablo. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. Arthur's Shadow fires out at the rail. Alongside is J.J. Landon. Bad Boy Boogie tucked away third. Fourth is Sioux Warrior. Then into the turn fifth. That is Woodmere Arturo, the early trailer. Futures Diablo. There goes the early leader, J.J. Landon, the 1-9 jock. And the Maritime Magic Man, Barry, always open by 4 open lengths in the early going. Second is Arthur's Shadow. Bad Boy Boogie is third. Fourth up the rail, Sioux Warrior. Woodmere Arturo has fifth. Following the trailer, that is Futures Diablo. 28-4. Open it up. They're on the turn for the first time, and J.J. Landon is the leader. Racing second is Arthur's Shadow. Third on the cones, Bad Boy Boogie. Sioux Warrior goes fourth. Going to the outside fifth is Woodmere Arturo. Trailing the field, Futures Diablo 6. They approach the half mile next. J.J. Landon the leader. Arthur's Shadow right up on his back. Now on the outside, Bad Boy Boogie is underway. Following the cover on the outside, fourth is Woodmere Arturo. Sir Warrior at the rail. And on the outside, Futures Diablo 59. And 3 was the half mile. 3 in, 3 out. J.J. Landon opens by 2. On Arthur's Shadow second. Bad Boy Boogie is hanging on the outside third. Racing from fourth, Woodmere Arturo. 3 wide fifth. Futures Diablo trailing at the rail. That is Sioux Warrior. So the 3/4 in the books. J.J. Landon led him there. In 1:29 flat. Arthur's Shadow is second. Bad Boy Boogie third. Woodmere Arturo to the outside fourth. They're homeward bound in the first division of the Sire Stakes. It's got J.J. Landon written all over it here for Berrio. They'll be alone on the line at 1-9. Second is Arthur's Shadow. Bad Boy Boogie held third. And the time for the mile was 1:57.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Pete, J.J. Landon, he makes it 3 in a row for lifetime.
Yeah, again, he got to the front here tonight, and that was key. 28-4. He bossed it right from the hop tonight. 59-3, 129. Arthur Shadow trying to put a little bit of pressure on him, but he's gone now deep in the lane here. Nice shot from Universal Media on the slow-mo tonight. That's Berrio and J.J. Landon. 157-2 in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. 3-year-old colts. B division. They're in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle. Next.
There's Gil Berrio, the only 5-time winner of the Governor's Plate, as he takes J.J. Landon to the second race winner's circle. Bay Pace and Gelding 3 by Tobago K's. Off the Ameripan Gigolo Dam, J.J. Mistress. Owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. The colt bred by Jamie McKinley and Windermere Farms. Gilles Berrio trains and drives. The mile 157-2. J.J. Landon picks up a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the trackside presentation. Now the official results from the second race: Arthur's Shadow was second, Bad Boy Boogie third, J.J. Landon the race winner. Sioux Warrior finished fifth, Woodmere Arturo fourth, Futures Diablo was sixth, fractions of 28 and 4, 59 and 3, 129, and the mile 157 and 2. From the top, your program reads 231, 546, J.J. Landon 210. The exactor 2110, triactor 4410, superfecta 1049, and the early daily double 450.
Okay, so Race Day Live continues here at Summerside tonight, and we'll be introducing the horses for race number 3 in just a minute. But first, as we mentioned, Samantha Gallant joins us with Harness the Hope, the major fundraiser here in Prince Edward Island, and ready to go for July 29th. So, Samantha, welcome to Race Day.
Thank you, Lee. This is my favorite race day of the whole year, and I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, it is your favorite night of the year for sure, and for good reason. Your family has been involved with harness racing here in Summerside and with the Governor's Plate. So first of all, let's talk about Harness the Hope. Going into 5 years, how much has the team raised over the years?
So in our first 4 years, we raised almost $250,000.
That is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, we've been very fortunate.
So, with all that money, tell us a little bit where the funds go.
So we give to 4 charities. We give to both of the main hospitals here in PEI, Summerside and Charlottetown, in the oncology department. We give to Hospice PEI, and we also give to the Canadian Cancer Society of PEI.
So I know with part of this event, of course, it's coming up, but you have some grand prizes, and you're selling some of the grand prizes tonight, 5 of them. Tell us about them.
Yeah, we have some incredible key prizes this year, as we call them. Weekend at the Nordic Spa. We have Crowbush Weekend, Mill River Weekend. We have a beautiful diamond ring. And we have downtown Charlottetown package.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know, one thing about Harness the Hope, I love the fact when it shows up on the event itself, because, I mean, you're all decked out in your pink tonight, and I know you have a great team that works with you, too.
Yeah.
But July 29th, what can folks expect?
Well, it's going to be another, wonderful night at Red Shores in Charlottetown. It's going to be a full sea of green, pink there, and we have private parties going on this year, which is wonderful. We have 2 of them, and it's going to be a really great night. So we hope you all can come down and see us.
Well, we're looking forward to it. July 29th, Harness the Hope. Now, tonight, you can get your tickets till 7 or a little after, and the committee is here. Those fabulous grand prize all goes for a great cause. It is Harness the Hope. Hard to believe it's year 5.
Year 5.
Yeah, a lot of hard work going into that. All right, thanks, Samantha, and best of luck with your event.
Thank you, Lee.
All right, Samantha Gallant with Harness the Hope, and we are coming back with the horses for race number 3 as Plate Night continues at Summerside.
Third race on the track for the post parade. Number 1 is Run for the Money, owned by Full House Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. Todd Trites drives. 2 is Beauty Bling, owned by Michael Arnold of Olds, Alberta. Amy Lockie of Montague, trained by Mike Dowling, driven by Corey McPherson. Number 3, Wickedly Sinful, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside, trained by Taylor Doyle. Jules Barrio catch drives. 4 is Elm Grove Quest, owned by Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan is the trainer. Mark Campbell drives. Number 5, Java, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling's up. Number 6, Georgia Thompson, owned and trained by Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown. Adam Murner aboard. 3 minutes wagering time on the third, celebrating 137 years of racing at historic Summerside. The official motorcade and introductions will take place after the 4th race tonight, so no warm-ups after race number 4.
So I want to welcome all of our viewers tonight and all those players that are coming in. And you want to check out the new Red Shores Players Portal. And it's where all the action is. Everything a race fan needs right at your fingertips. And if you go there, you can find that all, of course. You have the video that'll pop up right away. You have the past performance lines. You also have everything in terms of post positions and the winning posts here at Summerside. Everything you need to know is at the Players Portal. And here's where you find it. You go to Redshores.ca. You click on the Racing tab. And check that out. Other cool things in there that I like, and I know, Peter, you did a lot of work in these, all the headshots with the drivers. You also have 60 seconds or less.
Those
features.
are some fun segments.
Yeah, I'm going to try to sneak one in tonight with Miles Heffernan.
Oh, boy, I love doing that one with Miles. And he's had a nice week, so I think it's timely that we put Miles on tonight. Also, there, Lee, programs and picks. You can get it all from Red Shores right at the Players Portal. All
right, so we're rolling along here, and we have the picks in play here that'll coming out for race number 3, and Rocky's got the action on track.
Yeah, let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show wagering. Don't forget to tag those tickets for a chance at the Wild Horses jackpot of $55 in honor of the 55th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. There's the 4, Peter. Elm Grove Quest, 4-year-old mare by Roll With It Harry. For Normand Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan, the trainer. Mark Campbell back in the bike tonight. Nice race in the Graduate Series the other night.
I thought she raced really well. I know you were working that night, Rock. Left 4, came first up, first at the top of the lane, and then just nipped. Glenview Rhonda got up late to nip her just by a quarter of a length, 156-2, closed out 29-1. Real nice effort for Elm Grove Quest. Does have a couple of wins this year, so coming off that effort, I do like her again here tonight. Mark Campbell's going to do the driving. Mark already has a win. He won the opener here tonight, so we'll go back to Elm Grove Quest, 2-1.
And there we get a look at the 5, Java, 4-year-old mare by Philos Hanover for Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer Doyle, the trainer. David Dowling in the driver's seat, comes into this one on a 2-race winning streak, Peter.
Yeah, and she likes to be up near the action, Rock. I'm not sure if she's going to get there tonight. We'll see what David does off the wings. But, yes, the last couple on the front. 2 down there. You can see Gate to Wire, 1 by 5 and change, 57-2. And then right back in Charlottetown, little tussle early, got front and was a winner, 56-3. Closed out 29-3. To me, it'll be interesting what David does off the wings here, but this horse has been sharp. 7-5.
And there we get a look at the 6, Georgia Thompson, 3-year-old filly by Sports Writer for Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown, who's also the trainer. Adam Murner in the driver's seat, 6 times in the top 3 from 9 starts with 3 wins, Peter.
Yeah, she's been really good this year. Like you mentioned, owner Melissa Rennie and the trainer as well. Melissa's having a nice season. Georgia Thompson, you mentioned left from 6 on June the 8th. There was a winner, 55-4, closed out 28. And if you go down a little bit further, you can see in Charlottetown on the 29th of June was second, 56-3 to Rock and Roll Cage, closed out in 28. So again, on the outside, but we like her for a top 3. And I know, Rock, you like the 3 in here, Wickedly Sinful.
Yeah, Jill Barrio gets the call to drive tonight. This mare, you look at that last line, that doesn't do her any justice. She was well back there, 8 by 13th and going 3 wide at the 3/4. She finished up a strong third. Race timed in 2:02 and 1. It was raining. The track was off a little bit here the other night. And she has a win this year in 159 and 3. Post 3 tonight, Wickedly Sinful. Jill Barrio driving for trainer Taylor Doyle and owner Robin Lejeunesse. Right now, 2-1.
Well, you get a good look at the odds board here at Summerside for race number 3. And we talked about the player portal. If you go to the player portal and you look at some of the winning post positions, these are updated right up until last night. And the winning post position is post position 1 so far this season. 130 starters, 28 wins. That's a 21.5 win percentage there with data from Standard Canada. But interesting to note, in second place is post 5 with 129. 23 winners, that's a 17.8. So interesting as we get rolling here for the race number 3 in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and back upstairs for the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Run for the money. Beauty Bling. Wickedly Sinful. Elm Grove Quest. Jaffa. Georgia Thompson. Third race. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Elm Grove Quest, Wickedly Sinful, Beauty Bling along the rail on the far outside. Jaffa fourth towards the rail. Let's run for the money. Then the early trailer, Georgia Thompson. Wickedly Sinful made the lead from the outside. Here's Elm Grove Quest second. Third up the rail. That is Beauty Bling racing from fourth. Run for the money. Now dropping in fifth is Java, trailing the field. Georgia Thompson, new leader at the quarter. Elm Grove Quest and Mark Campbell went to the front. They lead it by 2. Second is Wickedly Sinful. The opening quarter went wild. 27-4. Boom! Just like that, a fired-up leader is Elm Grove Quest. Second is Wickedly Sinful. Then in third, it's Beauty Bling racing fourth up the rail. That's Run for the Money. There goes Java to the outside fifth. Then the trailer is Georgia Thompson. They're halfway home in the third, led by Elm Grove Quest. The midway point times are rolling 56 and 4 on the lead at 5/8. It's Elm Grove Quest. On the outside, Java. On the rail, Wickedly Sinful. Up fourth on the outside is Georgia Thompson. At the rail, fifth. That's Beauty Bling. Now the trailer. Run for the money. Elm Grove Quest arriving at 3/4 with the lead. Wickedly Sinful along the rail, second. Now third at the inside is Beauty Bling. Java is backpedaling fourth. 3/4 in 1. 26 flat. 1/8 of a mile left to go. And it's Elm Grove Quest homeward bound. Wickedly Sinful is second. Georgia Thompson coming on the outside, late third. Deep in the stretch, it's Elm Grove Quest to double up Mark Campbell. Second is Georgia Thompson. Wickedly Sinful will finish third. And the time for the mile in 1:55 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media and Elm Grove Quest. Once she made the lead tonight, Pete, it was lights out. This party's over. What a drop in record.
Yeah, I talked about her last race, Rock. I really liked that start. Came first up, second, 56 and 2. Well, Mark wanted to boss it right from the hop tonight. 27 and 4, snappy over there. 56 and 4, rocking and rolling past the half. 126. Still no challengers down the lane. And here's the slow-mo and the close-up from Universal Media with Mark Campbell and Elm Gulf Crest as they go wire to wire, 155 flat here tonight, dominating gate to wire race number 3 at Red Shores in Summerside.
Well, you talk about a mare that gets better with age. Here is a prime example. Number 4, Elm Grove Quest. On her way to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle is the big pacing mare 4, but roll with it, Harry. Off the Real Desire Dam Aquatic Lightning. Owned by Norma Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. Trained by Alan Jones, driven to victory by Mark Campbell. Mark's second winner for the double, and the mare's never been better, and I mean never been better than what she was tonight here in Summerside, pacing to a new race win record, 155. Elm Grove Quest in the third.
First call for 50-50. Lynn and Brenda are up here right now in the oval. First call, 50-50.
Now the official results from the third race. Run for the Money fifth. Beauty Bling fourth. Wickedly Sinful third. Elm Grove Quest the race winner. Java finished sixth. Georgia Thompson was second. Fractions 27 and 4. 56 and 4. 126. And the mile 155. In review, it's 543 162. Elm Grove Quest paid 690. Exactor 4570. Triactor 146.40. Superfactor 50.18.
So Race Day Live continues here at Summerside, and we are going to roll in with the HPI PEI promotion. This is a big promotion, Rocky and Peter, because for the first time we have the national-wide with 3% cash back, and then the HPI PEI players have a chance to get in on that $500 account bonus, which is going to happen tonight. Of course, you have to play Governor's Plate night, but how about this for a swing? On the next signature event, which is the Gold Cup, if you play Governor's Plate tonight, you have a chance to win a trip for two to the Gold Cup and Saucer in Prince Edward Island. Isn't that neat?
Great prize package, and again, we know we'll have lots of people playing tonight and throughout the week as well. Again, terrific prize package from HPI Bet.
HPI and Express Bet as well are partners there. We want to thank them, and they're going in that. And I think, Rocky, anytime you get a chance to play Governor's Plate night on a 16 mega card, should have lots of ballads for that big trip, the big prize to Prince Edward Island.
Yes, absolutely, Lee. It's a great prize package there, and I know that the winner, I think, was pretty happy to get the one for tonight for here. So, yeah, no, it's great.
Yeah, there was a Governor's Plate prize winner just next door at the new Micro Hotel and here at Summerside, of course, attached to Credit Union Plates, and there's an in-house prize package for that too. So, yeah, lots of winners, and we want to congratulate them and thank everyone for playing Governor's Plate night.
And there's the picks for race number 4. Don Lupo, Robert Reed Jr. joining us with their selections tonight as part of that All-Star Handicapping Challenge in June. They've submitted their picks tonight for Governor's Plate 55. 5-3-1 for Don, Robert Reed at 5-1 for the backstretch beat at 5-3-1, classifier at 5-4-1. And a shout out to Rocky Lee. He had the box try in the last race, so he's certainly hot early on tonight as we get the post break for the 4th.
Second division of the Atlantic Sires on the 4th race parade. Woodmere Skyline number 1, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford and Tom Hollis of Truro, Nova Scotia. The trainer-driver is Mike McGuigan. Tobin's Party 2, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. Wearing number 3, Meraki, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean, and Stephen Downey, Daryl McLean, training and driving. Four is No Fool McKinley, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington and Junior Baglow from Freetown, trained by Garth Cole. Kenny Murphy drives. Bound to Pan Out wears 5, owned by A Matter of Time stable of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio. Number 6 is Fernhill Hero, owned by Windermere Farms, Gordon White and Lois Blaisdell, trained by Earl Watts. That's Patrick Shepard. 4 minutes wagering time on the 4th race. Red Shores is proud to work with the Saltwater Network to produce a special edition Governor's Plate insert. The 55th edition of the Governor's Plate is presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate has a storied history in harness racing on Prince Edward Island. Through the years, deserving winners and champions have been celebrated in Summerside. From the first edition in 1969 and every year since, this race is a must-see on the harness racing calendar.
There's a brouhaha going on in the Governor's Plate. Boom! Just like that, 27 seconds flat. It is history. Two-time winner, Outlaw Positive Charge at Terry Gallant has done it tonight. New leader, Macapulco, in line to Mario El Fronto. Governor's Plate 54, no plan intended for David Dowling.
The Governor's Plate, proudly presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
So we're going to backtell this a little bit here, the Governor's Plate, and our friend Ken Workington, Rocky, and Peter, boy, what a just a milestone just recently, and going into the Hall of Fame in the U.S.
Yeah, what an honor for Kenny, and well-deserved. He's been at the Meadowlands for over 30 years, started at Flamborough Downs, into the U.S. Harness Racing Hall of Fame. So congratulations to Ken. He'll be coming here in August, Lee, but what an honor for Ken, and well-deserved.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think at the end of the day, you know, Rocky's got a big night. We've got a big night here. He's got a big night there with the Meadowlands Pace happening. at the Big M.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking forward to seeing Ken. He'll be down here, boys, before we know it. It's Governor's Plate night tonight. Before we know it, it'll be Old Home Week. Let's go out to the track for tonight's fourth race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old colts in the B division for a purse of $4,000. Peter, you're landing on the 3. Meraki, 3-year-old by Malicious for Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl is the trainer and the driver. Comes in here off a 157-3 fifth place finish in his last one, Peter.
Yeah, I think he has the speed, Rock, to go with this group in here. As you said last time out on the edges, fifth, 57-3, closed 29-4. But if he slide down a little bit further, the start here in Summerside on June the 13th, left 5, Daryl was able to get him close to the front. They sacked 2 most of the way, finished second, 59-3, closed out 29-4. He does have a win in Charlottetown, 201-2. He's in a good spot here tonight, so I think he's got a pretty good shot in here tonight, Rock. I hemmed and hawed about putting the 5 or the 3 on top, but I did go to Meraki here in the end for Daryl McLean at 4-1.
And there is a look at the 5, Bound to Pan Out, 3-year-old by Peng Shui for a matter of time stable of Charlottetown. Ronnie Matheson, the trainer. Gilles Barrio gets the call tonight, Peter, and 3 back. Wire-to-wire winner with Mr. Barrio in the bike.
Yeah, exactly. That's the line I was looking at. That non-winners of 1 in Charlottetown, sent to the point by Barrio, zipped off the wings. They let out every call. Were winners 58-4, closed out 28-4. Real nice win. Since then, come back, raced a couple of times. Third, 2 back there, 57-4 with a 29-2 closer. And then last time out in Charlottetown on July the 8th, left 6, was out in the middle part of the mile, ended up 4th, 57-3, closed out in 30. But like you said, Rock, Gilles has had success within the past. He is the favorite tonight, 4-5.
And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. That's Woodmere Skyline, 3-year-old by Roll That Harry for Mike Pollard of Stratford and Tom Hollis of Truro, Nova Scotia. Mike McGuigan, the trainer and the driver, coming into this one off a second-place finish, Peter.
Yeah, knocking on the door, 7 starts, does have 5 in the top 3, still looking for the win column, but racing well. Non-winners of 1, 3 back there, second, 59 for Mike, real nice effort. Came right back, non-winners of 1 on June the 22nd. Again, sat 3 most of the way, finished third, 59-3. And then last time out, went to the point for Mike and was collared late, finished second, 59-3. 29-4 in the end of it. So like I said, knocking on the door for a win. Could be tonight. He's in a good spot on the rail here at 3-1.
Okay, so getting set to go here for race number 4 tonight. Getting the final touches to our motorcade, which is coming in after this race, but so much action still to come tonight. The Ruby Chapel, of course, consolation and final. We got the Bob Dewar Governor's Plate consolation and the Premier Space still to come as well here tonight. But we got to wait till all the dignitaries get in. Countdown clock is in here. It is post time for race 4 in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Skyline, Tobin's Party, Meraki. No Fool McKinley, Bound to Pan Out, Fernhill Hero. Starting gate, swings round the turn. Entering the stretch. Now approaching a start. Second division of the Sire Stakes, and off stride at the rail, Woodmere Skyline. There they go, off end pacing. First one out is Meraki. Second into the turn, Tobin's Party. To get away third is No Fool McKinley. From the outside, Bound to Pan Out is fourth. Dropping in fifth is Fernhill Hero. Then the early trailer is Woodmere Skyline, freewheeling on the lead early. Meraki in line to Daryl McLean by 5 lengths, well before the quarter. Second is Tobin's Party, then third is No Fool McKinley. Back into fourth is Bound to Pan Out. Fifth on the rail, Fernhill Hero, trailing the field. Woodmere Skyline, the quarter mile was 28. and 3. Midway round the paddock turn for the first time. They're strung out in here. Arriving at 3-8, led by Meraki. All alone in second, that is Tobin's Party. Then alone third is No Fool McKinley. Racing from fourth is Bound to Pan Out. Fifth up the rail, Fernhill Hero. Trailing the field, Woodmere Skyline. They're halfway home in the second division of the Sire Stakes. Meraki, the lead down to 1 length. 58 and 2 the half. On the move in the outside third, Bound to Pan Out is underway. No Fool McKinley riding the rail. From the outside fifth is Fernhill Hero. The trailer, but not out of it. Woodmere Skyline. 3 in, 3 out. 3/4 is up next. And from the outside, Bound to Pan Out is taking the lead. Second now, Meraki. Fernhill Hero on the outside. Advancing third. 3/4 up in 1. 28 and 1. Approaching the 7-8. Bound to Pan Out. Clear on the lead, turning home. Meraki is second. Fernhill Hero third. Woodmere Skyline. Tobin's Party at the rail. Deep stretch now. Barrio's working over. Bound to Pan Out. Here's Tobin's Party, and the Blue Knight just got it all. Second is Bound to Pan Out. Fernhill Hero is third. The time for the mile in 1:58.4.
Well, here comes the slow-mo replay from tonight's 4th race. Peter, Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old colts in the B division. This slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media. And as you just said off camera, who saw this one coming? I said, I did right about here.
That's right. Meraki goes 28 and 3, 58 and 2. First up rush for Bound to Pan Out. He gets the lead, 128 and 1. He looks like he might be home and cool, but no, sneaking down the passing lane late is Tobin's Party, full of pace for the Blue Knight. We said it, Rock. Jason's been driving great all week, and yeah, looking over here saying, I got it. On the line, 158 and 4. Tobin's Party sneaks down the passing lane in Summerside.
That was a Blue Knight whoosh down the passing lane here to get a division of the Sire Stakes with the 2-entry Tobin's Party. Pacing brown gelding 3 by Militias. Off the All-American Native Dam Donna Party, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Bred by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie, and the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes trains and drives and guides him to a new pacing record tonight of 158 and 4. Tobin's Party in an Atlantic Sire Stakes upset at Summerside, down at trackside in the winner's circle, the cooler presentation. Now the official results from the fourth race: Woodmere Skyline fifth, Tobin's Party the winner, Meraki fourth, No Fool McKinley sixth, Bound to Pan Out was second, Fernhill Hero finished third, fractions of 28 and 3, 58 and 2, 128 and 1, and the mile 158 and 4. In review, 514, 623. Tobin's Party paid $19.20 to win. The exactor was $55.40. The triactor, $1,334.10. And the superfactor was $178.23.
And race day live from the tarmac as we make our way out to the racetrack. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now arriving here is the 2023 Governor's Plate Motorcade. And vehicles supplied by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, our official sponsor of the Governor's Plate. And joining me trackside to greet our special guests and dignitaries is the General Manager of Red Shores, David McKenzie. And first to arrive tonight for Plate 55 is His Worship Dan Kuchar, the Mayor of City of Summerside, his wife Dr. April McPhee, Deputy Chief Jason Black here with Summerside Police, joining us here as we arrive for Governor's Plate 55. And now arriving for Governor's Plate 55 here at Redshores Summerside, we have the Honorable Jill Burridge, Minister of Finance, Minister responsible for harness racing on Prince Edward Island. We have the Honorable Barb Ramsey, the Minister of Social Development and Seniors. The Honorable Gilles Arsenault, Minister of Economic Development, Innovation and Trade, and the Minister responsible for Acadian and Francophone Affairs. And Jim Whalen, representing Standardbird Canada, the director here in Prince Edward Island. And of course, we'll be making a presentation a little later with the Basil Whalen Memorial Top Driver here at Summerside. Next, we have MP Robert Morrissey, MP for Egmont, joining us here tonight at Redshores Summerside for the 55th edition of the Governor's Plate. We have incredible support in the corporate community here in Prince Edward Island and especially in Summerside for the Governor's Plate. And joining us is Warren Ellis from Summerside Chrysler Dodge and his wife Marlene, the title sponsor of Governor's Plate here at Summerside. And next we have the president of the Prince County Horsemen's Club, Jansen Sweet, joining us trackside tonight for Governor's Plate and our official dignitaries. And now arriving the Honorable Antoinette Perry, Lieutenant Governor of Prince Edward Island, along with Summerside Police Chief Sinclair Walker, the aide-de-camp, joining us tonight here at Summerside for Governor's Plate 55. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you to please rise and remove your caps for the Vice Regal Salute. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please give a warm welcome to our special guest dignitaries here tonight for Governor's Plate 55 here at Red Shores, Summerside. So Race Day Live continues here, and Red Shore Summerside, Governor's Plate 55, and 9 minutes to go. Don Lupol coming up with race 5. There are the picks on the screen. 5-1-2, Robert Reed Jr. with a 1-5-2. Backstretch beat 5-2-1 with Nick Oakes, and classifiers choice 1, 5, and 6. So traditionally, Vance Cameron and I have a chance to talk about the Governor's Plate, and we've been doing this for several years now, and we're going to bring Vance in from that booth high above the historic Summerside Raceway. And Vance, we're getting set here for Plate 55. The dignitaries have arrived, and everybody's all set to go. So you know they're all going to get a seat now. And we'd like to get your thoughts. First of all, the draw came out on Tuesday after those fantastic eliminations on Sunday. Your thoughts on Governor's Plate 55?
Well, it didn't concern me at all, Lee, that Roland, when he drew post position 7. If you can recall, when the horse first came to PEI, Campbell kind of rolled him out there one day in Charlottetown. He went off stride. Since then, he's been kind of letting the dust settle, and then when he swings out of that turn, he just turns on the engines, and a lot of times it's been all over from there. So post position 7 doesn't bother me at all. The only thing that bothers me a little bit, I met with Mark Campbell coming out of the judges' stand on my way up tonight. I said, good luck, and I said, go fast. He said, I'm going for the purse money. So the 151 and 1 mile that he displayed his talent on here in the elimination, of course that it could be broken, but tonight, as Campbell mentioned, he's going for the win, whether it's fast enough or not, that doesn't matter. Going for $35,000, a record purse for the Governor's Plate, just simply an awesome event. And the weatherman so far, Lee, he's on our side.
I think so. And all the different plays that we've had, we've talked about here. American Risk drawing the rail, Roll with Hottie Toddy on the inside as well. Two key horses that could play a major role into the 8th and the opening quarter. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I hope they fire out there like they can fire. The 2-horse Roll with Hottie Toddy, if you go back a couple or 3 weeks ago, when he gave the air to Barrio and Twin B Tough Enough, that was simply awesome. Now, both horses raced extremely well, too. One was second, one was third, off of a pretty torturous trip in the early going. I hope that happens tonight. I hope that Todd Trice looks Miles Heffernan right in the eye and says, let's get it on early here. And we see a quarter and 26 at a piece.
Well, I think Miles might be looking him in the eye, too, because I don't think Miles is going to take back. One of those meticulous GB, also a batter up Hanover, Stashed Away, Roll-Em, Vino Louis, Twin B Tough Enough. What an awesome field. You have called this race 48 years in the booth. This field is such a dynamic field in here with all kinds of speed and all kinds of talent. It's very proud to have a race like this. Gerard Smith and our race office team there, pulling this together is really something to have a race like this tonight.
Well, without Smitty and the race office staff, this thing doesn't happen, Lee. And what's the real cool thing about it, all these horses, they've all got maritime roots. So the money's going to stick around here in the East Coast, and, we're going to have a great race. There's no doubt about it.
All right, so here's the post-parade, race number 5. I'll let you get back to work. Tara Polton-Myers, of course, Kathy Caraher, the Industry Association on Prince Edward Island, Blaine McPherson and the group. But up to the post-parade with you.
The 5th race on the track, it's the Bobby Morrissey. Race 5, the Bobby Morrissey, Member of Parliament for Egmont. He'll be a trackside with the winner. 1 Silver Hill Buddy, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers and Gwyneth McGuirk, trained by David Myers, Jason Hughes drives. 2 is Doc Awesome, owned by Alan Goody and Mike Cameron of Summerside, trained by Dwayne McCachran, driven by Corey McPherson. Number 3 is Starships Alicia, owned and trained by Kyle Williams of Coleman. Patrick Shepard drives. For Love in Paradise, home of the Ultimate Stable, bred to Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Sean McClellan is the trainer-driver. 5 is Southfield Sandy, owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown, trained and driven by David Dowling. Talk Some Smack number 6, owned by the Talk Some Smack stable of Charlottetown, trained by Todd Walsh, Miles Heffernan. Seven is Arnold the Paperboy. He's owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay of Breadalbin. Number 8 is Salzbrook Flicka, owned by Ryder Renison of Truro, Nova Scotia. Ryder is the trainer. Note the driver change to Todd Trites. Todd Trites now driving number 8, Salzbrook Flicka. We're down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5, featuring the first of 2 super high fives on tonight's program. And guys, we're all up with our selections here in the 5th race, the Bobby Morrissey Member of Parliament for Egmont Pace. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for the continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 5th, I'm going to the rail with Silver Hill Buddy. He's looking for his first win on the season. He's got 7 tries. Off the inside, you'll get Jason Hughes to drive him tonight. I like him off of the rail. Going to go to the far outside this time to the 8. Salzbrook Flicka was a winner here for Ryder Renison his last start right on the engine, but he'll have to do it from the outside, but he picks up a pretty decent catch driver in the name of Todd Trites, the 2-time Governor's Plate winner. I like the 5, Southfield Sandy for 3rd, then it's Starships Alicia, and I'll conclude it with the 2 Doc Awesome guys. I like 1-8-5-3-2 for my super high 5. Your choices.
Well, I like the one as well, Vance. Silver Hill Buddy on the rail. Jason Hughes gets the call tonight, and he's been hot all week. 7 wins this week thus far. For 2nd, the 5, Southfield Sandy. For 3rd, Tractor Players, the 6, Toxum Smack with Miles Heffernan. For 4th, I like the 3, Starship Celicia. And to round out my super high 5, I'll put in the 2, Doc Awesome. So I like 1-5-6-3-2. Peter?
I'm matching you, Rock. I do like the 1 as well, Silver Hill Buddy. I think he'll be on the point. I do like 5 and 6 for 2nd and 3rd, then 2, 3. So just a little bit different on the end. 1-5-6-2-3 from the desk.
Let's have a quick look at the odds board here for tonight's 5th race. Bobby Morrissey, Member of Parliament for Egmont. He's in the house here tonight. South Silver Hill Buddy on the rail for Jason Hughes. Your current choice at 8-5. Doc Awesome, the 2. Corey McPherson on the bike at 6-1. The 3, Starships Alicia with Patrick Shepard at 7-1. Love in Paradise is 4 for Sean McLennan at 21-1. The 5 is Southfield Sandy. David Dowling in the bike at 8-5. Toxum Smack, post 6 for Miles Heffernan at 6-1. Arnold the Paperboy is 7 for Willie McKay at 52-1. And the 8, Salzbrook Flicka. Note the driver change to Todd Trites. And right now, they are at 5-1. That's your field for the upcoming 5th race. Get in the super high 5 and good luck with your selections.
So getting set to go here for race number 5, the super high 5 here. Scotty McKendrick in the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. The starter is Frank Murphy. Paddock judge John Power tonight. He's going to be busy from here on in. That's the only break we have on the program. Standardbred Canada field rep Joey Power doing a great job. Sandra Stafford in the race office as well. April Myers, our assistant manager, racing and broadcast, all in the mix here as we're back on the track and in action. It is post time for the 5th. Back upstairs to the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Super high 5. They're all lined up. Silver Hill Buddy, Doc Awesome, Starships Alicia, Love in Paradise, Southfield Sandy, Toxum Smack, Arnold the Paperboy, Salzbrook Flicka. Post time. The rough and pacing Southfield Sandy fires out between horses Doc Awesome and up the rail that Silver Hill Buddy as they race into the turn. Love in Paradise away 4th, then in 5th is Starships Alicia. Racing 6 now as they arrive at the 8th pole is Talk Some Smack, then Arnold the Paperboy. And troubles in the backfield for Salzbrook Flicka. She's on the run. Up the backstretch they go, led by Silver Hill Buddy in the Blue Knight Use. Second is Doc Awesome. Third up the rail, that is Southfield Sandy. Racing fourth is Love in Paradise. Right with the leaders, fifth, Starships Alicia. 28 seconds flat. Open this one up. Racing from sixth, that's Talk Some Smack. Then in seventh, Arnold the Paperboy. In the backfield, it's Salzbrook Flicka. Off the paddock turn they come and they straighten down the stretch. The midway point comes next, led by Silver Hill Buddy. In the two-hole is Doc Awesome. Southfield Sandy going to the outside to be first up. Following the covering outside, fourth is Starships Alicia. Love in Paradise fifth, Talk Some Smack sixth. Arnold the Paperboy is seventh. Salzbrook Flicka is eighth. 57 and 4 for half a mile. 3/8 left to go. It's Silver Hill Buddy the leader. Here's Southfield Sandy on the outside to put his head in front. Racing from third on the outside, that is Starships Alicia. Doc Awesome on the rail is there fourth. Dropping back into fifth is Love in Paradise with Talk Some Smack, followed by Arnold the Paperboy and the trailer Salzbrook Flicka. They're on by 3/4 in one. 27 and 3. There's just an eighth of a mile to go. And now the leader, Starships Alicia, turning for home. Silver Hill Buddy is second. Southfield Sandy third. Doc Awesome, Talk Some Smack. It's the super high five. And the winner's going to be Starships Alicia for Patrick Shepard. Second, that is Silver Hill Buddy. Talk Some Smack rallied up to be third. The mile in 1:58 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for tonight's fifth race. Bobby Morrissey, Member of Parliament for Egmont. He's in the winner's circle tonight for the presentation, Pete. Starships Alicia, new record tonight. I didn't see this one coming.
Yeah, nice win here for Patrick Shepard. Silver Hill Buddy likes to spring the wings. Got there 28 flat, pretty snappy. 57 and 4. First up attack for Southfield Sandy, but could not get by. And that set up for Starship Alicia. She tipped 3 wide and was able to zip on by. 127 and 3, 158 flat. Alone here on the wire, Patrick Shepard and Starship Alicia. They win race number 5 at Redshores, Summerside.
Starships Alicia is on her way to the fifth race winner's circle. Bay-pacing mare, the 4-year-old daughter of Peng Shui, is off the Camelot Hall Dam. Romance in Camelot. Owned by Kyle Williams of Coleman. Bred by Claude Portier. Kyle Williams is the trainer. Patrick Shepard guides her to victory to a new pacing record tonight. The time for the mile in 1:58. Starships Alicia in the fifth down at trackside. Bobby Morrissey, Member of Parliament for Egmont, joining us here on Governor's Plate Night. He's at trackside with the cooler presentation. Here's the official results from the fifth race. Silver Hill Buddy was second. Doc Awesome fifth. Starship's Alicia the winner. Love in Paradise sixth. Southfield Sandy fourth. Talk Some Smack finished third. Arnold the Paperboy was seventh. Salzbrook Flicka finished eighth. Fractions of 28. 57 and 4. 127 and 3. And the mile 158. From the top, your program reads 251 643 78. Starship's Alicia paid $20.80. Exactor 67.60. Triactor 441.50. And the Super High Five returning 177.22.
There's a look at the Super High Five payout there, 31652, 177.22. How did you guys do?
Well, we had the horses, Lee, in the wrong order.
Okay, well there you go.
Story of our lives.
Yeah, that's what it's happening. Kurt, we haven't heard from Kurt yet. I'm going to check.
No,
my
he'll
phone.
be texting soon.
Don't worry, I've heard from him.
All right, so let's go back now with we're getting through the program here tonight, and the Basil Whalen Memorial Top Driver, which is always a tight race, guys, and it's also the same storyline this year, very, very tight. Let's have a look at the leaderboards as we go right now for the Basil Whalen Memorial Top Driver of Governor's Plate Week.
Yeah, it's tight, Rock, as we mentioned all week, and I know you've been here working it with Kurt and Vance. Corey McPherson leading the way with 8 wins. Adam Murners had a nice week with 7, and Kenny Murphy with 4 last night, Rock.
That's right. He's got 7. Mark Campbell right into the race with 7, and Jason Hughes in her with 7. Boys, this could come right down to the wire tonight, as it did last year. This is going to be an exciting night for the Basil Whalen Memorial Trophy.
Can't get much closer, Lee.
No, and Rocky presented it last year. It was a tie last year between Gilles Barrio and Mark Campbell.
Yep.
So we couldn't call it because they were both driving in the Governor's Plate, and that's the case tonight too. So we'll see. It's a long program. We're at race number 6 coming up next. It's the start of the on-track pick 5 here, but I don't know. It's it's
anybody can win out of those 5 guys. They're all having great weeks.
All right, we'll be back with more from race day in Summerside. Those clouds are a little dark, but we're hoping they're going to stay away too. All right, let's roll in the picks here for the 6th race, guys, and Don Luba leads the way with a 1-2-5.
Yeah, Don 1-2-5, putting Atlantic Star on top with the driver change to Mark Campbell tonight. Robert Reed Jr. going to Ladylike here. Bit of a value play for Adam Murner at 2-1-5. Backstretch beat, that's Nick Oakes at 1-2-5, and the classifier on the bottom at 2-1-5 as we are 6 away from race number 6.
sixth race is the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation, number 1 Atlantic Star, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained by Mike McGuigan. Mark Campbell catch drives. Number 2, Ladylike, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer trains, Adam Werner driving. Rock the Baby 3 is owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Patrick Shepard drives. Number 4 is Elm Grove Mistress, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Jason Hughes up. 5 is Tobin's Brownie, owned by Brittany Dowling, Sandra Weeks, and Errol Burgoyne of Springvale, trained and driven by David Dowling. There's 4 minutes wagering time on race number 6. This is the start of the on-track pick 5. Your ballot must be in before the start of this race. Governor's Plate 55 with Lee Drake, Peter McPhee, and Rocky Skierman, and the field in the Ruby Chapel Memorial Consolation next. But first, another trip down memory lane.
All right, guys, here we go here with the rain starting in Summerside. Let's hope it doesn't last too long. But, Rocky, we're going to turn it over to you. This is, of course, your dad in a race here, and Scott was telling me there's also a connection to his dad, too. So
Yeah, his dad is second, actually, in this race. It's my father, 52 years ago tomorrow, with Stanley Mayhew's good trotter Bus Stop, who raced against the Invitational Pacers and beat them in St. John after this. Miss Sherry Mack is second. Gordon McLean in the bike here in this race. You just can't see Gordy, but I looked the scorecard up, and that's who it is. So that's Bus Stop. 52 years ago tomorrow with my father.
Wow, an awesome shot, Rock. Really, really nice photo.
Yeah. So let's head out to the track for tonight's 6th race. It's the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation for $4,500. Peter, we're matching strides in here with 125, and there is the rail sitter Atlantic Star, 7-year-old mare by Cheyenne Ray. For Mike Pollard of Stratford, Mike McGuigan, the trainer, it's Mark Campbell in the driver's seat tonight.
Yeah, I think, Rock, maybe a gate-to-wire effort here. If you go to 4 down in Charlottetown on June 15th off the rail, this horse sat 2 the entire way. It was a very good second to share the moment, who we'll see later in the Ruby Chapel final. And this horse raced really well that night. Atlantic Star, second, 56-2, closed out 29-1. And then the start after that on the 15th, left off the rail, was second and 55, closed out 28-4. So I think the tactics are going to be the same here, Rock. Up near the front and maybe goes coast to coast. Atlantic Star on the rail at 4-5.
And there's a look at the 2, Ladylike. 7-year-old brown mare by Shadow Play for Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer, the trainer. Adam Werner in the driver's seat tonight. 31 wins lifetime and a record of 153-2 at Charlottetown, Peter.
Yeah, she's just there week in and week out. I really respect her, Rock. She shows up, puts your game face on every week, this lady. Like, look at her stats from last year. 6 wins, 8 seconds, 5 thirds, and 32 starts, 54-3 in Charlottetown. What a consistent mare this horse is. And this year she already has a couple of wins, 156, the quickest in Charlottetown. So she's in a good spot here tonight. She's in the 2-hole. She may be able to draft behind Atlantic Star, but I think she'll be there close at the wire for Myrna here. Ladylike, 2-1.
And there we get a look at the 5, Tobin's Brownie, 5-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Brittany Dowling, Sandra Weeks, and Errol Burgoyne of Springvale. David Dowling, the trainer and the driver, 23 lifetime wins, has won this season thus far, Pete.
Yeah, and I like the 1-3 back in Charlottetown, that Fillies and Mares Preferred. Left from 4, was sitting 2 early on, ended up second in the race. She's So Sweet won up at Tobin's Brownie, storming on the end, 28-2, 54-4 the Charter Trip. So that was a really good effort. Since then, she's been 4th and then 5th last time out in the elimination of the Chapel there. Left from 4, finished 5th on the edges, 56-1 with a closer of 30-2. She knows where the winner's circle is. She won 5 times last year, 53-3 over Charlottetown was the quickest, and I think she's a pretty good value play here in a compact field, 3-1.
Yeah, and the rains have started here, Peter. This could just be a shower.
We're hoping.
Save the water truck from going out on the track, but let's hope anyway.
Yeah,
Wait, you picked a good broadcast location tonight.
Yeah.
So I will tell you, this is what happens to the social media chains. Keep blowing up here, and there's rain here in Summerside, that's for sure. It looks bright over to one side of the racetrack there, and there's no rain in Charlottetown yet, so I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's a little bit of work to keep Mario off the track tonight with the water truck. Maybe that's what it's for. Let's hope it passes. All right, getting ready to go here for the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation tonight. Ruby Chapel was the matriarch of the Chapel family, which has been actively involved in the harness racing community in Summerside for over 70 years. And 4 of Ruby's sons, Lester, Graham, Jr., and Clifford, were all mainstays in the local racing scene. And several of her grandchildren, including drivers Gary, John, and Rob Chapel, continue the family's long involvement. So, consolation here, the final coming up a little later on this mega card at Summerside. In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And Vance, maybe just a shower. I think it's starting to brighten up a bit. Let's hope it moves on.
I think you're right, Mr. Drake. It might be all over. Maybe we do have the harness racing gods here on Plate Night 55. It's the 6th, the Ruby Chapel Consolation Atlantic Star, Ladylike, Rock the Baby, Elm Grove Mistress, Tobin's Brownie. 5 of them, all lined up to do battle. Post time. The rough and pacing Atlantic Star will lead them out at the rail. Racing from second from the outside, that is Tobin's Brownie. Into the turn at the rail is Ladylike. Between horses is Rock the Baby. Then the early trailer is Elm Grove Mistress. To the backstretch they go. It's Atlantic Star in line to Mark Campbell. To her outside, Tobin's Brownie gonna keep marching here with Dowling. They're about to clear the lead. Tobin's Brownie takes over at the quarter. Second is Atlantic Star, and Campbell says give and go time on the front end. Atlantic Star going back to the point. 27-3. Boom! Just like that, the fired up Consolation in the Ruby Chapel go by the 3-8, led now by Atlantic Star. Second along the inside is Tobin's Brownie, racing from third. That's a Ladylike. Then fourth towards the inside is a Rock the Baby, trailing the field. Elm Grove Mistress, they're halfway home, led by Atlantic Star. Racing second is Tobin's Brownie. The opening half mile was 57 and 3, still in straight alignment with 3/8 to go. Ladylike in mid-pack third. Fourth is Rock the Baby, and the trailer going to the outside is Elm Grove Mistress. Up the backstretch for the final time. 3/4 comes next. Atlantic Star arriving there, the leader. Second is Tobin's Brownie. Here comes Ladylike to the outside third. Fourth on the outside, that is Elm Grove Mistress. At the rail, the trailer, but not out of it. Rock the Baby, 3/4 in 1:26 and 4. Just an eighth of a mile left to go. Atlantic Star trying to see it through. On the outside is Ladylike second. Tobin's Brownie third. Way wide is Elm Grove Mistress. Deep stretch now. Campbell all over Atlantic Star. And Can they hang on to triple up Mark Campbell? Then Elm Grove Mistress with Lady Like. The time for the mile in 1:56 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay for tonight's 6th race, brought to you by Universum Media. And there was some give and go in the front end, but Atlantic Star gets it done, Pete.
Yeah, wow, we were the swinging early, Rock. Tobin's Brownie and Atlantic Star, they both won at the front, 27-3. We had a real nice boom from Vance. Atlantic Star takes it, 57-3. First up for Ladylike backside, 126-4. And yeah, deep stretch pressure laid on Atlantic Star from the 4. Elm Grove Mistress, but not quite enough as Atlantic Star hangs on to win and triples up. Mark Campbell, Mark now tied for the lead in the Basil Whale, and with Corey McPherson, 8 wins each.
There goes Atlantic Star to the 6th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing mare, the 7-year-old daughter of Cheyenne Ray, is off the Pacific Fella Dam Atlantic Filly, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, bred by Ohio State Alte from Wooster, Ohio, trained by Mike McGuigan. Mark Campbell with a catch driving call to get his 3rd winner tonight for the triple. And the time for the mile in 1:56 and a 1/5. Atlantic Star in the 6th at trackside. It's the Ruby Chapel Memorial Consolation Cooler presentation.
There's a great shot of the new winner circle cam at the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation, and a special thank you to All Star Cresting.
Yes.
And they do some great work. I know Tara Polton Myers does the orders with All Star, and
boy, that's
they
a great
always
cooler
deliver.
there.
Yeah, they always deliver. Great quality.
Yes. Beautiful, beautiful shot. And guys, thank you, yes, again to the Watch Brothers and everybody at All Star Cresting for the great job all week, not only with the Coolers League, but of course sponsor for race day. They've been terrific people to work with.
And Stephen Pino is our winner circle manager there, and Chris Keogh taking the photos, and a lot of other. Stephanie Mitchell's here tonight for the marketing team. Chris Spurl. So yeah, there's a big crew around.
Here's the official results in race 6. Atlantic Star, the winner. Lady Like, 3rd. Rock the Baby, 4th. Elm Grove Mistress was 2nd. Tobin's Brownie finished 5th. Fractions went 27-3, 57-3, 126-4, and the mile in 1:56-1. In review, it's 134.25. Atlantic Star paid $270 to win. Exactor $990, Triactor $32.50. And the superfecta was $10.74.
And don't forget to join us for the Atlantic Classic Sale, October the 6th, 11:30 a.m. at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Peter, you can also join us on October the 5th from 4 to 8 at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview.
Yeah, and again, Rocco, we want to remind people of the time. There's been a time change this year, 11:30 a.m. Same place, Crapo Exhibition Grounds, but mark it on your calendar. October the 6th is not that far away. It's the Atlantic Classic Sale 2023 at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Note the start time, 11:30 a.m. And we'll roll in the picks here, Rocca, for race number 7. You're having a nice night as well. Don Lupel at 2-3-1, Robert Reed Jr. at 2-1-3, and Nick Oakes is having a nice week, Rock.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you got to get lucky sometime, Peter, and, you know, we've been having some pretty good luck all week. Just cannot seem to get the luck in that super high five, you know.
Well, our friend Gert Hughes has been texting us. And
did you get that message, the last one?
I did get that last one. He is showboating a little bit now,
Yeah,
but I think he deserves to.
Yeah, thinks he's funny. No, he does. He deserves to, but I thought I had to laugh at him there in that last one.
He's quite a guy, and I know he's watching tonight, so hi to Kurt and everybody else watching tonight as we work on race number 7 from Red Shores Summerside.
Last call 50-50. They're up. The ladies are up here in the oval right now. Last call 50-50. Oh, pardon me. It's not the last call 50-50. They're going to draw it after the 12th tonight. So they're up here right now in the oval.
No Boats on Sunday leads the 3rd division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on Post Parade, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. drives. 2 is Elm Grove Rest Win, owned by Brittany Dowling of Springvale and James Quinn of York, David Dowling training and driving. Tovan's Prophet number 3, owned by Kevin Dory, Frank Brundle, and Robert Samara, trained by Danny Romo. Jason Hughes drives. Starship Art wears number 4, owned by Claude Poirier, trained by Earl Watts, and driven by Patrick Shepard. Number 5, June's Boy, owned by Debbie Francis of Sweets Corner, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell training and driving. Proud of You Today wears number 6, owned by Gordon, David and Douglas Neal, and Keith Ford, trained by Keith Ford, driven tonight by Mark Campbell. 2 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Now we'll look at the field for the 55th edition of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Here's Lee Drake, Peter McPhee, and Rocky Skierman.
Well, thanks very much, Vance. And yes, working on race number 7 from Red Shores tonight, Rock. And I'm outside. The rain, it was pouring here 10 minutes ago. It seems to have passed through, and we're back with the sun and the cloud. Thank goodness we're outside here tonight.
Thank goodness I'm inside tonight. That's all I can say. But, yeah, we're going to have a look at the field now. For the 55th running of the Governor's Plate, it is presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
Yeah, we'll slide in the slate here, Rock. I'll go first with the first 4. American Risk, that's the horse for me. That's very interesting in here tonight. Todd Trites is on the rail. He's won it 3 times, 99, 2005, and 2010 for Trites. Roll with Hottie Toddy 2 for Heffernan. I think the inside 2 will be gunning out of there tonight. Twin Be Tough Enough. I think we're going to see a proved performance from him tonight. He won a lot of big races in the fall last year. We'll see what he's got here tonight from post 3. That's Joe Berrio. And Meticulous. No one's really talking about him. He's a bit underrated in here. He can leave as well. We'll see what Kenny Murphy does. He's from post 4, Rock.
Yeah, then Batter Up Hanover from post 5. I think he's going to be heard from here tonight, Peter. Stashed It Away, he's going to be heard from as well. Roll him, well, he's going to be heard from. And the 8 on the outside is Vino Louis. So we got a nice field of horses in the Governor's Plate tonight.
Excellent field, as you mentioned, 1 through 8 tonight. That is the field here for the 55th Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
So let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race, Atlantic Sire Stakes. 3-year-old colts in the A division for $15,300, Peter. You're landing on the 2 in here. Elm Grove Rest Win, 3-year-old colt by Stonebridge Terror for Brittany Dowling of Springvale and James Quinn of York. David Dowling, the trainer and the driver. Interference break in the last start at Woodstock. Did not finish, but has 2 wins this season, Pete.
Yeah, again, I think we're going to toss that one, Rock, because he's been pretty good. If you look at his stats, 4 for 6 in the top 3. You mentioned he does have a couple of wins. The one in Summerside here, that PEI Colt on May the 28th, left from 6. You can see he made a big move, middle part of the mile, cleared up at the top of the lane, and won by 3, 57-4 with a closer of 28-3. He was also second in his next start in Summerside, just beating a neck to Now Showing, who we saw win earlier tonight. Elm Grove Rest went second there, 156-2 with a closer, 28. He certainly has the speed. He's in a good spot to work from here tonight, 3-4.
Yeah, maybe just enough rain to get the drivers a little bit wet out there, Pete. But there is the rail sitter in here. I know what that's all about. No boats on Sunday. 3-year-old by Source of Pride for Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Miles Jr. is the driver. Miles Sr. in the driver's seat. Looks for the first win of the season, and Miles is hot this week.
He sure is. Yeah, he sure is. He had a nice week, has Miles. And I think this horse has a chance on the rail. Just like you mentioned, Rock, he's going to be inside here. We'll go through a couple of his lines. 3 back, Charlottetown, winners 1-2. He was second there to Howmack Charmer. Pretty good trip, 57-1. Then the Maritime Breeders in Charlottetown, tough group. He was third there, 57-2, closed 30. And then the Barry McIsaac at Woodstock, fourth over Woodstock, 2-1-3, 29-2. On the end of it. He did have 1 win last year in Charlottetown, 159-3. He's looking to crack the win column this year, but he's in a good spot. The price is right, 10-1.
And there we see Pete's third selection here. That is Proud of You Today as they are going to the starting gate. The 7th race lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old colts in the A division. Here's Vance Cameron.
No boats on Sunday. Elm Grove Rest Win, Tobin's Prophet, Starship Art, June's Boy, Proud of You Today, top of the stretch. Here they come. 3 Rough and pacing. No boats on Sunday gets the first call. Elm Grove West Wind is second, coming from the outside for third. Proud of you today to get away fourth under the turn is Tobin's Prophet. From the outside is Starship Art fifth. Then the trailer is June's Boy. To the backstretch they go. And that's No Boats on Sunday for Miles Sr. up front on the lead going to the quarter. Second at the rail is Elm Grove West Wind, finding a spot third. That's Proud of you today. Fourth up the rail is Tobin's Prophet. Then fifth is Starship Art. Trailing the field, June's Boy. So the quarter miles up, 28 and 4. Midway round the paddock turn in straight alignment. On the point, No Boats on Sunday, the fraction setter. Getting the two-hole ride, Elm Grove West Wind. Proud of you today comes out of the turn third. Racing fourth is Tobin's Prophet. Fifth up the rail, Starship Art. On the outside, the trailer. That is June's Boy. They're at the midway point now. No Boats on Sunday. Getting them halfway home. Second is Elm Grove West Wind. Proud of you today. Tipped out third. 58 and 4 the half. Racing fourth towards the rail. Starship Art. On the outside, fifth is Tobin's Prophet. Then the trailer is June's Boy. They go up the backstretch for time two. No Boats on Sunday is still there. In at the rail, Elm Grove West Wind is second. Proud of you today is hanging on the outside third. Tobin's Prophet will try his luck. 3 wide now, fourth. Up the rail and racing from fifth is Starship Art. And on the outside, June's Boy, the trailer. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 3. Down to an eighth of a mile left to go. And they're 3 high. Homeward bound. No Boats on Sunday. Proud of you today. Finding a little more on the outside. Tobin's Prophet is getting up late. Deep stretch now. It's never give up. Mark Campbell. Proud of you today. Might have held on here in the Shire Stakes. We're going to need pictures all around. The mile 157 and 3. There goes the inquiry sign.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media, and I think that Mark Campbell just got his 4th win tonight, Peter.
Yeah, I think he did, Rock, and you liked him. Like we said off mic here, proud of you today here for Campbell. We'll take you through it. No Boats on Sunday, yeah. Early leader 28 and 4. Elm Grove West Wind 2-hole 58 and 4 past the half. Then they tipped to the backside. Mark went first with proud of you today 127 and 3. Jason swung out 3 wide. That's the 3 Tobin's Prophet. They duke it out down the stretch. Mark in the middle. That's the 6 proud of you today. Jason storming Tobin's Prophet, but Mark, yes, hanging on with proud of you today. Win number 4 for Mark Campbell on the night.
The judges' inquiry involves the break on number 5, June's Boy, during the stretch drive. There's a reason why Mark Campbell wins so many races and still just young. He never gives up on a drive. Never, and I mean never. And tonight's a prime example of that one. With Proud of You Today going to the winner's circle here in tonight's 7th Race Shire Stakes. Proud of You Today, Bay Facing Gelding 3 by Peng Shui. Off the Yankee Leader Dam, MD Casey's Charm. Owned by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal, and Keith Ford. The breeders are Gordon, David, Douglas, and Douglas Neal. Keith Ford does the training, and here's Mark Campbell in the driver's seat to pick up his 4th win tonight. And the colt gets a new record. of 157-3. Proud of you today. Upsets them in the Atlantic Sire Stakes at the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle. The cooler presentation. Here's the results of the 7th race judges' inquiry. Racing officials deemed that 4 Starship Art caused interference on the 5 June's Boy, forcing number 5 off stride during the stretch drive, and there will be placings in the 7th race. Now the official results from the 7th race. No Boats on Sunday finished 4th, place 3rd. Elm Grove West Wind finished 5th, place 4th. Tobin's Prophet was 2nd. Starship Art finished 3rd, was placed 6th for interference on the 5 June's Boy during the stretch drive. June's Boy finished 6th, was placed 5th. Proud of you today was the race winner, 28-4, 58-4, 127-3. And the mile 157-3. From the top after the placings, 3-4-2, 6-5-1. Proud of you today, paid $15.90, exactor 164.40, triactor 272.10, super factor was $18.25.
Okay, welcome back to Red Shores Summerside for Governor's Plate 55. And we're back with another special guest tonight. And Mayor Dan Kuchar joins us on the broadcast desk. And welcome to Race Day, Dan.
Thanks, Lee. It's great to be here.
You know what? I was watching you come down to the motorcade tonight, and a big crowd here tonight for the big race. And you must be very proud. The city's buzzing right now with a lot of folks traveling around the Maritimes coming to Summerside.
Yeah, it's great. Tourism season, great destination here in Summerside, and great destination for harness racing here in Summerside. We got so many people out tonight, as you said. Lots of families, lots of drivers and owners and trainers and all the people that come with them, and then all the fans who are here. So it's a fantastic night in Summerside.
We had a little shower a little earlier, but everything is moved out of here, and so it's going to be great now for the rest of the card. Over the year, too, and if you're on your way into Summerside, you notice all the investment. And for you as the mayor of Summerside, there's so many things happening in your great city right now.
Yeah, Lee, we're growing really, really fast, which is fantastic. There's a lot of housing being built, a lot of new investments in businesses, lots of things to do. So we're sort of the pulse of Summerside is beating really vibrantly right now, and it's an exciting time to be here. It's a great time to visit. It's also a great time to visit always in the summer, but it's just a great place to be, and really proud to be the mayor of this fantastic city.
You know, when you talk about visitation, one new gem that you have right next door to Credit Union Place near our broadcast location here is a brand new hotel. When folks are visiting here in Summerside, you must be very proud of that.
Yeah, the hotel is fantastic. The Micro Hotel, it's 82 or 84 rooms, and it's great even for events like this one, so people can come, they can stay, they're right next to the facilities, they can use the facilities at the Credit Union Place, and it's just another sort of feather in the cap, and we've got a lot of feathers.
You know, you certainly do. Last night we had a number of presentations and of great sports figures over the years. And for a small province, and certainly for a city the size of Summerside, you really punch above your weight when it comes to great talent, when it comes to the sports field or any throughout the community. And that's going to make Summerside very proud.
Oh, it absolutely does. You know, the athletes here today, the drivers. I was thinking, hockey is Summerside, and we've got Noah there, and we've got coaches, we got Turk, we got a whole and a real history here. You know, really in the old history here in Summerside, a lot of sports too that we don't think about, boxing and things like that. Just fantastic place to be.
Right next door is the Hall of Fame. Make sure you check it out. If you look on the banner here, it's 137 years of racing. And we couldn't do it without the support of the city and all the great work for you and the council. So we appreciate you taking the time to join us on Race Day tonight.
Thanks very much, Lee, and good luck to everyone tonight, and enjoy the show. All
right, so Mayor Dan Kuchar joining us on the Race Day broadcast here tonight as Governor's Plate 55 goes into the history books here at beautiful Summerside.
The Pacers and their drivers for race number 8 are on the track for the parade. Ms. Moyes won, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner drives. Two is J.J. Brienne, owned by Alan Jones, Norman Legier, and John Davidson Jr., trained by Alan Jones, Mark Campbell driving. 3 is Sports Icon, owned by Martin Keffner from Elmwood, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams, Patrick Shepard. Number 4, Brumby, is owned by Tammy Lynn McKay of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. Shake Me Up Hanover, number 5. Owned and driven by Colin Shepard of Brackley Beach, Morgan Shepard trains. 6 is Blood Money, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Barrio, 2 minutes wagering time on race number 8. Another trip down memory lane with Race Day and Governor's Plate 55. Lee Drake, Peter McPhee, and Rocky Skierman next.
All right, great to have Mayor Dan Kuchar on the broadcast here tonight. And we talked about a special insert of Governor's Plate that came out Wednesday, as a matter of fact. And throughout that insert, we had a couple of different story angles, Peter and Rocky. We had one for 20 years.
Yep.
And we had one for 40 years. And what a great shot this is of Glenn Reynolds and Jody Hennessy, 1983.
1983, yeah, great shot of Jody there and Glenn Reynolds. This horse was a really nice invitational horse, and the Maritimes was a winner here in 83, Rock. And I know you know Jody very well.
Yep, Jody's here tonight, and I was talking to him before the races. And this race, it's kind of funny. 40 years ago, how this happened. The plate always went on a Friday night back then. So we had torrential downpours coming down that Friday night, canceled the last 3 races. First 2 races of the afternoon card were put, the 9th and 10th race were put on those races for that Saturday afternoon card. And then the Governor's Plate went that night, that Saturday night, and he won it in 2 minutes and 2/5. It was a track record. And it's 40 years ago. Hard to believe.
It is 40 years ago. And there are some special inserts still remaining here at the Red Shores Summerside location. So before Jody leaves tonight, hopefully he gets his own copy. If not, we'll make sure he does get a copy. But a trip down memory lane here as we get closer and closer to Plate 55.
So let's head out to the track tonight for tonight's 8th race. Red Shores, Summerside Pace, Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $55 in recognition of the 55th running of the Governor's Plate tonight. Presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. There is the 6. Peter, you and I think alike. Both put this horse in our selections here. It's been racing pretty high company.
Yeah, he's been in against some tough customers, Rock Lake. You said 22.51's 3 back. He was 4th there to first glance. Raced well, 54 and 2. He went to the Ladner. They're the best on the East Coast in the Ladner. Left 7, finished 6th. Look over the YS Mathis, No Plan Intended, Meticulous. They were 1, 2, 3. Blood Money 6, charted 55. He came back in Charlottetown. Overnight's 22.51. It's a good effort. He was 6, but charted 55 and 2. Closed out in 28. So he's down to the 15.01s. He has to work it from the outside, but we know Barrio can get the job done in Rock. Yeah, we both like him at even money.
And there's a look at the rail sitter in here, Pete. That is Ms. Moy, 6-year-old by Roll With It Harry for Olivia May, Quade Hately, Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, Melissa Rennie, the trainer, Adam Murner in the driver's seat tonight, Peter, and new record, all systems go in that last one.
Yeah, again, she's been a real nice mare for the ownership group. Miss Moyes, trainer Melissa Rennie, driver Adam Murner. Last year, Rock, 29 starts, 6 wins, 4 seconds, 9 thirds, up over 13,000 in earnings. She had a dynamite season in 2022. And like you mentioned, last time out in Charlottetown there, went right down the highway for Adam, 55 and 1, 28 and 2 on the end of it. Good spot to work from here. And again, she'll be tucked in for Murner on the rail at 2-1.
And there we get a look at the 4, Brumby, a 4-year-old by Peng Shui for Tammy McKay of Truro, Nova Scotia. Mike McGuigan, the trainer and the driver. Very impressive start. First start in the McGuigan barn, Peter.
Yeah, it was a real good one in Charlottetown. 15.01's good overnight group. Left 2, sat 3 most of the way, but a couple of good horses in there. Salzbrook Ian and Fernhill General Labor 1-2. Brumby tracked all the way. Good third, beaten 3 and change, but look at those closing panels. 27 on the end of it, charted 54 and 4. Real nice effort. Makes the move to Summerside. Draws post 4 tonight. Brumby and Mike McGuigan 3-1.
So getting ready to go for Red Shores Summerside. Countdown clock is in. Special presentation here after the 8th. And they're back in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Ms. Moyes, J.J. Briand. Sports Icon Brumby. Shake Me Up Hanover and Blood Money, top of the stretch. They're all lined up and approaching a start. The rough and pacing Blood Money from the outside between horses. Sports Icon and Ms. Moy stacks them up into the turn, guarding the rail. To get away fourth is J.J. Brienne. Then in fifth, Brumby. The trailer is Shake Me Up Hanover. Up the backstretch they go, and here comes Blood Money for Barrio to take over the lead. Second is Ms. Moy, settling up for third. Sports Icon. Fourth up the rail is J.J. Brienne. Racing from fifth, Brumby. Trailing the field, Shake Me Up Hanover. So Blood Money cleared the lead off an opening quarter. 27-3. Boom! Just like that, Barrio's got the leader fired up, and that leader is Blood Money. Second is Ms. Moyes, racing from third, Sports Icon. Fourth on the outside, Brumby's underway. J.J. Brienne going wide from fifth, and the trailer, that is Shake Me Up Hanover at the midway point in the eighth race. Blood Money gets them halfway home in 56 and 4. Midway around the clubhouse turn, the 5/8 up and coming. Blood Money gets him there. Second at the rail, that's Ms. Moyes. Now on the outside, Brumby is picked up third. Fourth at the rail, Sports Icon. On the outside, fifth, J.J. Brienne. Then the trailer is Shake Me Up Hanover. 3/4 comes next. Blood Money still the leader. Getting a perfect two-hole ride, Ms. Moyes from the outside third. That is Brumby racing from fourth at the rail, Sports Icon. 3/4 of a mile in 1:25 and 4. They're just an eighth of a mile out now. Blood Money will try to close it out. Ms. Moyes awaiting the passing lane from the outside. Brumby third. Down the stretch they come. Gobbling up ground in the passing lane. Ms. Moyes for Adam Murner win. Gonna need a place picture to separate Blood Money and a closing Shake Me Up Hanover, but it's Ms. Moyes in 1:56 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for tonight's 8th race, brought to you by Universal Media. Blood Money tried to go all the way, Pete, but Ms. Moyes gobbling up ground in that passing lane 2 in a row.
You know what, Rock? We talked about her in the pre-race, just how good of a mare she is. Blood Money springs the wings. 27-3 snappy. 56-4 still there and bossing it. 125-4. He's trying to get there on the end, but he's tiring, and it sets up for Miss Moyes as she scoots down the passing lane here. And the slow-mo from Universal Media. Great shot of Miss Moyes and Murner hitting the wire first. 156 flat. Nice win for Miss Moyes and Murner in the Redshores Summerside pace at Redshores Summerside.
There's a look at Ms. Moyes on her way to the 8th race winner's circle by pacing mare, the 6-year-old daughter of Roll With It Harry, off the Artiscape Dam, Chocolate Art, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, bred by Eldred Nicholson and Jimmy Gorman. Trained by Melissa Rennie, driven to victory by Adam Murner, the mile 156. Ms. Moyes in the 8th. At trackside, we have the Redshores Summerside cooler presentation. Here's the official results from the 8th race. Ms. Moist, the winner. J.J. Brienne was 6th. Sports Icon finished 5th. Brumby 4th. Shake Me Up Hanover was 2nd. Blood Money finished 3rd. Fractions of 27 and 3. 56 and 4. 125 and 4. And the mile in 156. In review, 165. 4-2-3. Ms. Moyes 690 to win. The exactor 61.50, triactor 130.30, and the superfactor was 24.90.
So back to Red Shores in Summerside. It's Governor's Plate special presentation brought to you in part by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And you're with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee and Rocky Skierman at the Race Day broadcast desks. Vance Cameron in the booth. We're already working on race number 9. It's coming up here. And just before we get into a couple other sponsor decks that we want to talk about, the player portal has been very, very busy tonight, Rocky, and for good reason. It's a great new feature that we have at Red Shores.
Absolutely. This page has everything you need as a player in one location. Race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, winning post positions, and more. The new Players Portal now at Redshores.ca.
All right, and a couple other things we want to mention. We had Atlantic Sire Stakes there in the last race, and the Atlantic Sire Standardbird Breeders Association pleased to announce McRae, Backhoe, and Trucking as the 2023 title sponsor for the Atlantic Sire Stakes. So we thank Donnie McRae, Peter, for that.
Yep.
And earlier this week also we had the new PI Colt Stakes Graduate Series for 4- and 5-year-old horses and mares presented by Kay's Wholesale and JD Marine and Diving Inc. And they've really stepped up and
Excellent.
helped out.
Yes, thank you again to Cam McPhee, JD Marine and Diving, and Luke Beck for Kay's Wholesale. Terrific to get their support on the horses and the mares, both sides in the harness racing industry.
So they're going to be presented, of course, in this month and also in August with the $9,500 finals being held in September. So rolling in the picks here for race number 9, Peter. And once again, nice to have Don Lupel and Robert Reed Jr. back with Nick Oakes with Backstretch Beat in our classifier's choice.
Yeah, again, Don Lupel 4-3-1 in here going to YS Mathis. Robert Reed Jr. at 4-3, putting the 2 in Century Invictus. And then it's Backstretch Beat at 4-2-3 and classifier 4-3-1. We're 6 away from the 9th at Red Shores.
And there is the place picture from tonight's 8th race. You'll see Shake Me Up Hanover just nipping Blood Money at the rail on the outside here. Great shot by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Place photo from tonight's 8th race.
Tonight's 9th race, Governor's Plate Consolation, the Bob Doer Memorial. Sponsored by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Number 1, Mantario, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Miles Heffernan drives. Century Invictus, number 2, owned by John Collings of Brudenell and Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. 3, No Plan Intended, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jen does the training. David Dowling up. YS Mathers, number 4, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford and Jacinta Campbell of Charlottetown. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Number 5, First Glance, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by Adam Murner. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 9. Race Day Live continues after this message from Northumberland Ferries, and then we pick up the contenders in the Bob Doer Memorial Governor's Plate Consolation.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
And you can book now at ferries.ca. Northumberland Ferries Limited, great sponsor here with Red Shores. And the Bob Doer Memorial, it is the Governor's Plate Consolation, Rocky and Peter and Vance. I know we've talked about this many times, but it is a picture that we all love. And this is the late Bob Doer getting down to kiss the track. And this would have been, Summerside had the first sub 2-minute mile in 1983, and he went down and kissed the track after. What a classic shot.
Yeah, it sure is. And Rocky, I'll let you take this as well. This is winner's accolade, first sub 2-minute mile in PEI, July the 20th, 1983, 1:59 and 2. Rocky, you probably remember it.
I was there standing at the fence, but I will correct a little bit there. It was 1984 that winner's accolade broke that track record. And he kissed the track, and I was right there at the fence watching that. I was a little boy, and I remember it like it was yesterday.
Well, the Governor's Plate Consolation, Bob Doer Memorial, Summerside Chrysler Dodge, and another trip down memory lane. Making our way out to the track here to pick up the top contenders. Let's send it back to Rocky and Peter.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Governor's Plate Consolation, Bob Doer Memorial, Summerside Chrysler Dodge for a purse of $10,000. There is the 4-horse YS Mathis. We'll just chuck that last line out, Peter.
I think so, Rocky. I made a break there before they even said go last time out, and they really never got into the race. So again, I go down his lines. The one in Summerside, preferred 2, shot to the front, was a winner, 52 and 1, 28 and 3 on the end of it. And further down in Charlottetown, the overnight's 22.51s right to the front, and a winner, 51 and 4, 28 and 1. I think he'll be shooting the wings here tonight. There is some speed to the inside, but I think Mark has him up close, and they may win this here, 1-2.
And there's a look at the 3, Peter. That is last year's winner, No Plan Intended. 5-year-old by Up the Credit for Jennifer Doyle and Danny Burt. Jennifer, the trainer, David Dowling back in the driver's seat tonight, Peter.
Didn't seem to fire at all in the elimination, the Governor's Plate. You can see was on the rail, sat 4, but really never made a move in the race. Ended up 6, 53-2, 28 on the end of it. Go down to the Ladner, though. Raced really well there. Left from 3, first up, second by a neck. Y.S. Mathis, no plan intended, meticulous. They all landed on the wire together. This guy second, 53-2, 28-1. Looking for a bounce back here. No plan intended, 8-5.
And there's a look at the rail sitter in here, Peter. Great little horse. Loves to finish. Can he ever come home? Mantario, 7-year-old by sports writer for Jennifer Doyle and Danny Burt. Their second horse they have in this race. Jen, the trainer. It's Miles Heffernan in the driver's seat tonight. 30 lifetime wins. He's got 3 of them this year, Pete.
Love this guy, Rock. He's just a grinder in my mind. Shows up every week to race. Does Mantario. 1951's in Summerside 4th. 56-4. Then Truro there. He was a winner for Jason Hughes over Truro, 54-1. And how about the Governor's Plate in the Elims, 5th on the edges, but check out the closing quarter, 27-3. He was charted 53-1. Like I said, he shows up every week. He's on the rail here at 13-1.
And just a note to everyone that the kitchen downstairs will be closing at 9:30. So just a note, the kitchen downstairs will be closing at 9:30. And I have to give a welcome to Red Shores. They're here tonight, Stephen and Hayden Weiss. Scott Bridges' daughter and her husband, they're in the grandstand here tonight. So welcome to Red Shores from all of us. Hope you're enjoying Governor's Plate night here at Summerside.
The horse is getting ready to go here for race number 9 tonight, Peter. And we talked about all the folks behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Well, Sam McLeod has been behind the scenes, but he actually puts everything out front for the fans, and he's been doing it for a long time.
Sure does, and we want to certainly recognize Sam. He shot all the age trot and pace records at Summerside since 1986, and this is his 37th Governor's Plate that he has shot video for, so we certainly have to recognize Sam tonight. He does both tracks, but he's been in Summerside for a long time doing this, Lee, and doing a great job. So, Sam, we salute you tonight. Thank you.
Looks like a bit of an equipment change there, as you can see the pickup. 3-horse, no plan intended. So while they do that, let me tell you about a little bit about Summerside Chrysler Dodge, proud supporter of the Prince County Hospital Foundation, and hosting their 15th annual Grassroots and Cowboy Boots fundraiser on September 9th. Mark that on your calendar. I always look forward to the night. To date, they've raised over $15 million for the hospital. So you can call Summerside Chrysler to purchase your tickets, and you could go home with a Jeep winner as well.
We do have a minor delay here in the start. The 3 no plan intended. Need some equipment adjusted.
So tonight's 9th race is the Governor's Plate Consolation Bob Doer Memorial, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Manterio, Century Invictus, no plan intended. Y.S. Mathis and First Glance, and they're going under a starter's recall. Starter recalling the 9th race. Par-mutual windows still remain open for some last-minute 9th race selections. The starter's recall on the 5 First Glance. He's got broken equipment. Still time for those last-minute 9th race selections.
And there we see the Atlantic Dream Stable. The Prince Edward Island Standard Breeders Association proudly presents the Atlantic Dream Stable 2023 competition. This is a fundraiser for the IWK and a great way to support all the work they do in our maritime community. Presented by the Prince Edward Island Standard Breeders Association, sponsored by Phillips Agri-Services, your local supplier of quality horse feeds, and proud dealers of Brooks Performance Horse Feed and Suregain Feed. Additional runner-up prizes donated by Red Shores. The contestant with the highest aggregate earnings in 2023 wins the first prize of $2,000 cash. Entries close July 22nd. Complete details at atlanticdreamstable.weebly.com. Once again, the 9th race is the Governor's Plate Consolation Bob Doer Memorial, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Manterio, Century Invictus, no plan intended. Y.S. Mathis, First Glance. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Manterio leaving up the rail. Century Invictus joining them from the outside. That's Y.S. Mathis third. Fourth into the turn is no plan intended. And the early trailer, that'll be First Glance. So they arrive at the 8th, and there's unfamiliar territory lately. Manterio on the engine here for Miles Sr. Y.S. Mathis on the outside, and he could be in a whole heap of trouble here. Wow, we got a brouhaha going on a Saturday night here in Summerside. Watch for the clock. Manterio tripped it. 27 and 1. Boom! Just like that, Manterio got fired up for Miles Sr. Second is Century Invictus. Here comes no plan intended now to take on his stablemate. Y.S. Mathis backed up fourth, trailing the field. That is First Glance. New leader at the half mile. No plan intended for David Dowling. Right to the lead, the half mile in 55 and 4. Going to the 5/8, no plan intended. Racing second, Manterio. Century Invictus to the outside third. 3 wide in fourth. That is Y.S. Mathis. And trailing the field is First Glance. 3/4 the next station. No plan intended by 2. Y.S. Mathis on the outside towards the rail. That is Manterio. The 3/4 in 1. 24 and 3, just an 1/8 of a mile left to go. No plan intended, bringing them on home. Manterio up the inside, reclaiming second. Y.S. Mathis third. First Glance is coming on the far outside, but it's no plan intended for David Dowling. tight for the deuce. YS Mathis up against First Glance, but it's no plan intended. Home in 1:53 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for tonight's 9th race, the Governor's Plate Consolation Bob Doerr Memorial, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Pete, and no plan intended, last year's winner gets the consolation this year.
What a start this was to this race here tonight, Rock. As YS Mathis and Manterio, they battled early, no holes, 27-1. Mark had to check up into the 3-hole with YS Mathis, 55-4. David makes the first up move and clears, 55-4, 124-3. It was the winning move, 153 flat. No plan intended is back, wins the Bob Doerr Memorial in Summerside.
No plan intended. On his way to the 9th race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding, he's 5 by up the credit. Off the Some Beach Somewhere Dam, Where We Star. Owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Horse bred by Carl Jameson, Thomas Chiron, George Harrison, and Brian Paquette. Trained by Jennifer Doyle and driven to victory by David Dowling for a mile in 1:53. No plan intended captures the Governor's Plate Consolation, the Bob Doerr Memorial. Down at the Woodmere Standard Bred Winners Circle, the cooler presentation, and it's presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Now the official results from the 9th race: Manterio 4th, Century Invictus 5th. No plan intended, the race winner. YS Mathis was 2nd. First Glance finished 3rd. They went 27-1, 55-4, 124-3, and the mile 153. In review, it's 4-5-1, 2-3. No plan intended, paid $430. Exactor was $780. Triactor $58.60. Superfecta $11.73.
So welcome back to Race Day Live here at Summerside. Governor's Plate 55, special presentation brought to you by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And the other promotion that's happening off track tonight is the HBI PEI promo. That continues. It's a special play for tonight. And of course, our players at ExpressBet as well that are in on the action there. And guys, they'll have a chance to play this right through to Governor's Plate race tonight. And they get 3% cash back, the $500 account balance, and a chance to win that trip for two to the Gold Cup and Saucer. So let's roll in some of the picks there. There's the information, hbibet.com. And guys, in with the picks here again. They're all on board here tonight. Couple of different themes breaking out.
Yeah, Don Lupel 254. Robert Reed Jr. joining us as well at 523. And Rocky, the backstretch beat. Nick Oakes, like we said earlier, he's having a nice week.
Yeah, absolutely he is. You know, like I said earlier, we got to get our heads together and get that high five there one of these nights.
Nick's at 523 and the classifier at 253, 6 away from race number 10.
Updating tonight's 50-50 draw. Who couldn't use $2,000 on Governor's Plate night at Summerside? Right now, that's what the winner's going to get. But you still got time to get your 50-50 draw ticket. Right now, it stands at $2,000 to the winner. Make sure you get a 50-50 ticket.
And there is a look at that place photo from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission from race 9. You see YS Mathis just nosing out. First glance on the outside. Great shot by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Tonight's 10th race celebrates the 150th anniversary of the RCMP. Pineapple Express 1 is owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay of Bretalbin. 2 is Bankroll, owned by Dean Lewis, Brendan Mullen, Kenneth Fisher, and April McCormick. Trained by Brendan Mullen, Jason Hughes drives. Catch Me If Lou Can, number 3, owned by David and John Sweetvaleri, trained by Ralph Sweet, driven by Mark Campbell. 4, Luigi Bizzacco is owned by Amanda McTavish of Harrington, trained and driven by Stephen Murphy. Number 5, Fernhill Dynamic, owned by Cindy McDonald of Montague, trained by Jeff Holmes, Corey McPherson. 6, Jetster has been scratched. Number 7, Shifting Views, Zach Conway driving for owner-trainer Paul Conway, Bonja. Here's the 8, Big Boy Hill, owned by Eric Much, Taylor Much, and Luke Much, all of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling does the driving. 9, Benham Vicky, she has been scratched. Race day live from historic Summerside, celebrating 137 years of racing.
And it's the last call for 50-50 up here in the Oval. Last call.
So you celebrate 137 years of racing, you're going to have some special moments, and special moments like this one happened in 1996 in the Governor's Plate. And Rocky and Peter, and Rocky, you were here that night, and this was the dead heat with Luna Fantasia and Quick Challenge.
Yeah, it was quite a race, and I saw that they raced against each other in another race. I believe was in St. John, and Luna Fantasia got up and beat Quick Challenge. So this was interesting. I think Doc Moore has 4 Governor's Plates, I believe,
He does,
3 or 4.
Yep.
And this was pretty interesting. It was the first time ever. So
Yes, Quick Challenge for Dr. Ian Moore, Luna Fantasia for Danny O'Brien. July 20th, 1996, 28-4, 59-2, 130-1, 159-3. They land on the line together. Quick Challenge, Luna Fantasia. Dead heating for the win, 1996 Governor's Plate.
just saw a little Tyler Moore out in that winner's circle too. He's pretty young in that picture. Let's go out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Shout out to you, Tyler. I know you're watching tonight. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. RCMP 150th Anniversary Pace. And Peter, you're landing on the 5 in here. Fernhill Dynamic, free-legged 7-year-old by Western Paradise for Cindy McDonald of Montague. Jeff Holmes, the trainer. Corey McPherson back in the bike tonight.
Yeah, I made a break last time out, but we're going to throw that one out and go do the one on July the 2nd in Charlottetown. 12:51's left from 4. Tracked most of the way. Was third to Salisbrook Ian, who's a real nice horse. 55-4 for Fernhill Dynamic, the charted mile 28-3 on the end. You go to the bottom of the lines. June 3rd there, 15:01's right to the front and collared late by Tradition 2-1. But the track was off 5 seconds on that day. So I think it's going to be handy. The front here, Corey's been driving very well. Fernhill Dynamic is 3-2.
There's a look at the 2. Bankroll, 6-year-old by Mystician for Dean Lewis and Brendan Mullen. Kenneth Fisher and April McCormick. Brendan Mullen, the trainer. It's Jason Hughes in the driver's seat. Nice third in his last one, Peter.
Yeah, he sure was. And that was from post 5. Third, 56-28-3 on the end of it. And at the bottom of the lines, you can see at the 601s at the lower level was second there for Dale Spencer Rock and Novel, 58-1. Jason Hughes tonight for Bankroll at 3-2. And Catch Me If You Can's also taking some money here tonight, Lee, for Mark Campbell. And Mark's having a big night. Catch Me If You Can, 2-1.
All right, just before we go to gate, 2023 marks the 150th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Canada. This major historical milestone is a chance to reflect on our storied past and show pride in our RCMP family. Also allows them to consider how they continue on the path to more modern, inclusive, and trusted RCMP.
Yeah, PEI RCMP and the PEI RCMP Veterans Association grateful to have the opportunity to present a cooler to the winning horse in tonight's race, and thank you to all Canadians who are helping us mark this important 150th anniversary milestone.
And you know, here in Prince Edward Island, the RCMP has served with great pride for the past 91 years. It's post time for the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate has the field, and upstairs for the call, here's Vance Cameron.
Pineapple Express, Bankroll, Catch Me If Lou Can, Luigi Bizzacco, Fernhill Dynamic, Shifting Views, and Big Boy Hill on the gate, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough end facing, leaving out, that's Bankroll. Coming to his outside is Fernhill Dynamic. Pineapple Express is at the rail. Third around the turn. Catch Me If Blue Can fourth. Off stride. On the run goes Fernhill Dynamic in the early going. Up the backstretch and on the outside. Bankroll the leader. Pineapple Express plays a little hardball here in the early going. Third towards the rail is Catch Me If Blue Can. Then in fourth, that is Big Boy Hill. Back into fifth, Luigi Bizzacco. Shifting Views is sixth. Trailing the field, Fernhill Dynamic. A solid 28 seconds flat was the opening quarter. Bankroll and the Blue Knight U's now on the point as they swing by the 3/8 pole. Pineapple Express along the rail had long odds. Going to the outside third, there goes Catch Me If Blue Can. Following him out fourth is Big Boy Hill. On the outside fifth, Luigi Bizzacco. At the rail sixth is Shifting Views. On the outside seventh, Fernhill Dynamic. Halfway home time, 57-3. Midway on the turn, going to the 5/8. Bankroll will get him there. Here's Catch Me If Blue Can, right alongside the leader. Racing from third is Pineapple Express. Here comes Luigi Bizzacco winding up fourth. On the far outside, fifth is Fernhill Dynamic. Then Shifting Views, Big Boy Hill the trailer. 3/4 in the books, and Catch Me If Blue Can took over the lead late. 3/4 in one, 27-2, approaching the 7/8. Catch Me If Blue Can, the leader. Luigi Bizzacco now second. Third up the rail is Bankroll. Fernhill Dynamic fourth. Deep stretch now. Catch Me If Blue Can. Luigi Bizzacco got there in the final stride for Stephen Murphy. Catch Me If Blue Can was second. Bankroll third. And the time for the mile in 1:57.1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for tonight's 10th race. RCMP 150th anniversary, Pete. New record for this mare tonight.
Yeah, she was storming on the end of it, Luigi Bizzacco here, and gets the job done, 1:57.1. Fernhill Dynamic goes on the run. Bankroll takes the lead, 28:57.3. Mark goes first with Catch Me If Blue Can. Backside, 1:27.2. Catch Me If Blue Can almost there, but no, Luigi Bizzacco out of the clouds, storming on the end of it for Stephen Murphy. They're going to reach up and get the gold here in race number 10, the RCMP 150th anniversary trackside presentation. Next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a late judges inquiry underway in the 10th race. The late judges inquiry involves 7 shifting views and possible pylon violation. Now going to the winner's circle from race number 10, the 4-entry Luigi Bizzacco. Bay pacing gelding 6 by Rock and Roll Heaven from the Sportsmaster Dam, Sportin' Cammy. Owned by Amanda McTavish of Harrington, bred by Joe Skawaba from Birmingham, New York. Stephen Murphy training and driving. The mile 157-1 becomes a new pacing record on 4 Luigi Bizzacco, who upsets them in the 10th. Down at trackside, the RCMP 150th anniversary, and a beauty of a cooler it is. And they're in the Woodmere Standard Bred Winner's Circle presenting it. Luigi Bizzacco in race 10, new record 157-1. Now the results of the judges' inquiry in race number 10. Number 7, Shifting Views, finished 6th and will be placed 7th for inside multiple pylons. Shifting Views, 6th place, 7 for the pylon violation. Here's the official results from the 10th race. Pineapple Express 5th. Bankroll was 3rd. Catch Me If Lou Can 2nd. Luigi Bizzacco, the race winner. Fernhill Dynamic finished 4th. Jetster was scratched. Shifting Views finished 6th, was placed 7th for a pylon violation. Big Boy Hill finished 7th, was placed 6th. Bedham Vicky was scratched. The fractions went 28. 57-3, 127-2, and the mile 157-1. In review, it's 5-3-2, 1-4 scratched, 7-6 scratched. Luigi Bizzacco paid $30.30 to win. Exactor $89.30, Triactor $287.50, and the Superfecta was $80.91.
Okay, back to Race Day Live here at Summerside tonight. A beautiful night now. Hit a little bit of rain a little earlier and cooled off a little bit here, but the rain has seemed to have moved out, and just means Mario's not coming out with the water truck as much. So it's done a fantastic job on this track all week long. And as we continue on here tonight, for Governor's Plate 55, brought to you by Summerside Chrysler Dodge on the Action Corner, where customer service is their #1 priority, proudly serving customers since 1947. So Peter and Rocky, we're going to slide in the picks here for race number 11. It's the Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old colts. The Glamour Boys in the A division going for a purse of $15,300, and they're all going with the 3.
Yeah, I think so. Malignity has looked pretty good again this year. Was dominant last year. Is off to a good start this year, and everybody's got him on top here. Don Lupel at 315, Robert Reed Jr. at 312, then the backstretch beat at 312, classifier 321. It's unanimous for Malignity here in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. 3-year-old colts in the A division. We're 7 away from race number 11.
I want to give a shout out tonight to cousin John Skierman watching in Caddo Lake, Louisiana. So shout out to John. He was here last year. Got to see the big race, but not here this year. Maybe next summer, John. Glad that you're watching. Hope you're enjoying all the action here tonight from Red Shore, Summerside.
Fourth division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for the 3-year-old colt Pacers for the 11th race post parade. Number 1, Fisherman's Son, owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and the estate of Angus McGuinness of Mabou, Nova Scotia, conditioned by Melissa Rennie and driven by Adam Murner. 2 is Hamac Charmer, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson and Clive Balderson, trained by Earl Watts, driven by David Dowling. Number 3, Malignity, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. Number 4 is Bacon on a Biscuit, owned by MCR Bacon on a Biscuit Group of Fort Lawrence, Nova Scotia, trained by Stacey Dara. Mark Campbell will drive. Gary Chappell does the post parade. 5 is Woodmere Dealer, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Players can enjoy the late pick 4, beginning on race number 13.
Now time for 60 Seconds or Less with Peter McPhee.
Back with another round of 60 seconds or less, and today it's Miles Heffernan. Miles, let's get to it here. What is your favorite movie of all time?
Top Gun.
And what about your favorite actor or actress?
I like Vin Diesel. He's pretty cool.
What song do you sing along to in the car? And be honest.
Don't be laughing at me then. when it rains, of course. I named one of my horses after that, and I kind of like that song.
What would you rather do, announce a race here at Red Shores or co-host on the race day broadcast?
Co-host on the race day broadcast.
Would you pick more winners than Kurt Hughes?
Oh, I guess.
You get 2 tickets to any sporting event in the world. Where are you going?
I'd like to see Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals playoffs.
Who's the best horse you've ever driven or trained?
All the way to Cardigan, hands down.
You get to invite 3 people over for dinner. Who's on the list?
I say Peter McPhee, Lee Drake, and Kurt Hughes. They're pretty good. They're pretty cool guys. They're nice guys.
Best answer so far. Besides driving or training horses, what would your dream job be?
Prime Minister.
Thanks for watching 60 Seconds or Less.
So there you have it, guys. Another edition of 60 Seconds or Less. And tonight, our special guest, Miles Heffernan. He's driving the 2-horse Roll with Hottie Toddy in the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And if that doesn't work out tonight, he's going to run for Prime Minister.
You know what? He might have a shot, Lee, the way things are going now.
So he had some zingers in there for sure. And but that's Miles. He's a great guy. And
excellent interview with Miles for 60 Seconds or Less. And we've got a lot of them coming this year on 60 Seconds or Less. But thank you to Miles and everyone who took part this year. Great job, Miles.
All right, so there's the 3 on your screen right now, Rocky, and the better's all over this guy, 1-4.
And rightfully so. Last start at Charlottetown, June 24th, post 5. He was a winner in 154-2. Took a record last year, Peter, as a 2-year-old. 154 flat. Look at the money earnings last year as well.
Yeah, dominant last year, like you mentioned, Rock. 11 starts, 9 wins, 1 second, up over 71,000 in earnings. The record was 54 in Truro. PEI Colt right here in Summerside back on May the 28th. Zipped off the wings and let it every call. 154-2, the victory. And then the Maritime Breeders in Charlottetown, June the 24th. That was the last start. Left 5. Was a winner by 5 and change. 54-2 closed out. 30-3. He is a real nice horse. Big shot again here tonight. 1-9.
And there we see the 2, Hal Mac Charmer, 3-year-old by Malicious for Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson and Clyde Balderson, Earl Watts, the master of Windermere, the trainer. It's David Dowling back in the driver's seat tonight, Peter.
You know what? The horse has been excellent, Hamac Charmy. You go down the lines here. It's all 1s and 2s. 3 back there. Was a winner in Charlottetown, 56-3. Maritime Breeders in Charlottetown, second to Malignity, 55-3. And then last time out, the Barrio McIsaac at Woodstock, second there to Woodmere Dealer, 2 minutes 4/5, 29-4. Excellent year, 6 for 7 in top 3s. Great spot to work from here tonight. David Dowling drives, 7-1.
And there's the rail sitter in here, Fisherman's Son, 3-year-old by Arthur Blue Chip for Walter Walker of Inverness in the estate of Angus McGuinness of Mabou, Nova Scotia. Melissa Rennie, the trainer. Adam Erner in the driver's seat. Nice mile his last start, Peter.
Yeah, it was 55-3 in the Maritime Breeders. And last year, 6 wins from 9 starts. He's looking to really find his game. 5 starts this year. Does have a second and a third, but we're waiting for him to hit the win column. And because he did 6 times last year, 55-4, the quickest right here at Red Shores in Summerside. It's a great spot to work from. Adam driving very well. Fisherman's Son, 5-1.
So the countdown clock is in here for race number 11 tonight. Hi to Paul Hogan tonight. Nice to have you tuned in to the race day broadcast, Paul, formerly with the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and upstairs for the race call. Here once again is Vance Cameron.
Field of 5 set to do battle in the Sire Stakes. They're going for 15,300, and they are Fisherman's Son, Hamac Charmer, Malignity, Bacon on a Biscuit, Woodmere Dealer, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Woodmere Dealer leaves out between horses. Hamac Charmer, Fisherman's Son guarding the cones around the turn. Racing from fourth, that's Malignity, and Bacon on a Biscuit. He'll trail the field early. They straighten to the backstretch, and Murner has pointed. Fisherman's Son to the engine. Racing from second is Hamac Charmer, Woodmere Dealer third. Malignity not gonna wait. He's on the move, and the outside was fourth, then third, now second, and wow! He's going on to take over the lead. Here comes Malignity to take over for Paul Langell, 28. 2. That was a howitzer of an opener. Second is Fisherman's Son. Hamac Charmer around the turn third. Racing from fourth. That is Woodmere Dealer. Trailing the field. Bacon on a Biscuit. Straight alignment at the midway point next. Malignity, the 1-9 chalk. Halfway home for Langell. Fisherman's Son tracks along second. Third up the rail is Hamac Charmer. Then in fourth, Woodmere Dealer. And Bacon on a Biscuit, the trailer, 57. And 1 was the opening half mile. Down to 3/8 left to go. The leader at 5/8. Malignity opening up a clear 2. Fisherman's Son is all alone second. Here comes Bacon on a Biscuit to pick up third on the outside. Hamac Charmer at the rail fourth. Woodmere Dealer on the outside fifth. Malignity getting away on them now. By the 3/4 they go. And they arrive there in 1:25 and 3. They're on the turn for the final time. It's all Malignity in here. Up against the clock, and he's homeward bound now. Malignity absolutely destroys him here on plate night. Watch for the time. Malignity with Paul Langell. Bacon on a Biscuit second. Fisherman's Son held third. The time for the mile, 1:54 flat. Just a fifth of a second off the track record.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for tonight's 11th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old colts in the A division, $15,300. Peter, if you blinked your eye when he moved, you would have missed it. Before he cleared to the front, wow.
It was crazy, Rock. Yes, he sat forward briefly here tonight when they straightened up. Paul Wright lined him, and boom, 28-2, cleared up to the front. It was all over. Lights out, 57-1. Separation to the backside, 125-3. And here it is, Universum Slow-Mo. He's all by himself here, Malignity and Paul Langell. Domination, wire to wire tonight, 154 flat. Malignity in the 3-year-old Colts A division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes.
There's Malignity in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. He's on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred Winner's Circle. Pacing Black Gelding, 3 years, the son of Malicious, is off the Royal Majesty Dam, Lady Kellyanne. Owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell, bred by Gary McPherson. Paul Langell training and driving, and he goes right to his 2-year-old record tonight here in Summerside, stopping the clock in 1:54. Malignity in the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 3-year-old colt pacers, and down at trackside, that's the cooler presentation. Now the official results from race 11, Fisherman's Son 3rd, Howmack Charmer 5th. Malignity, the race winner. Bacon on a Biscuit finished 2nd. A Woodmere Dealer was 4th. The fractions were 28 and 2, 57 and 1, 125 and 3, and the mile 154. In review, 351, 24. Malignity paid 210. The exactor 1150, triactor 3080. And the superfactor was 1224.
Okay, so Race Day Live continues here in Summerside tonight, and we are getting an update, just running some of the totals for the Basil Whalen Memorial. Still too tight to call, can't call it. Race number 12 is coming up next, the Rondo race number 16. So we'll roll those out after a little bit. Let's talk about another driver series here. This is the Gamester Pinckney Cup, and Rocky and Peter, just another great event that's set to go, and we have the teams ready to roll here, and let's roll through the Gamester Pinckney Cup.
Yeah, Team Gamester, Kyle Gillis, Zach Conway, Jacob Sweet, Brady Sweet, Brett Clough, Kyle DeRoche, and Patrick Shepard. Strong lineup for Team Gamester, but Rock Team Pinckney right there as well.
That's right. Luke Armstrong, Ryder Renison, Kyle Mason, Zach Mullins, Brett LeBlanc, Monica Sutherland, and Keegan Madden. The top 4-point earning drivers from each team will advance to the Gamester Pinckney final in Truro on September the 3rd.
All right, so we have the PCMLA Tyler DeRoche, District 21, Summerside Wilmot coming up next here. And we'll slide in the picks for race number 12. Hope you're getting along well tonight, and we'll get those picks in, and then we'll pick up the contenders here on the 12th race. Don Lupel leading the way here. And again, another theme with Don Robert in the backstretch beat with Nick Oakes tonight, heading to the 5.
Yeah, they're all going to the 5. That's Navalny in here. Classifier Lakes the 3. Marito Hanover. Horses on the way for race number 12.
Tonight's 12th race on Post Parade. PCMLA Tyler DeRage of District 21, Summerside Wilmot, is with us tonight, and he'll have a presentation to the 12th race winner. Better Than Butter, number 1, owned by Walter Daigle from Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd driving. Don't Ask Logan, number 2, is owned by Andrea Renison, Ian McDonald, and Basil Sherry, trained by George Renison, Todd Trites. 3, Marito Hanover, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Jason Hughes up. 4 is Acrobat Hanover, owned by Lenny, Maddie, and Liam Myers, and Robin Lajeunesse, trained by Lenny Myers, driven by Mark Campbell. Number 5, Navalny, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Melissa Rennie and driven by Adam Murner. Number 6, J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Allen of Summerside, trained by Rick Armstrong, Corey McPherson drives. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 12. Let's go back to Race Day Live.
Well, we talk about great events coming as we wrap this up in Summerside tonight, and then we're on our way, of course, to our next signature event, Rocky and Peter, and that includes, of course, the Gold Cup and Saucer Week. But how about the Atlantic Classic Sale coming up 2023? It's slated for October 6th at that new time, 11:30 at Crapo Exhibition Grounds.
Yeah, exactly right, and you can join us the day before on the 5th from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. But mark it on your calendars, October 6th, Rock, 11:30 a.m. It's the new time at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds.
That's right, and you can visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results.
And we do have, of course, the preview books available here at the Redshores Race Office, so if you want to get a copy of that, you can. And, of course, as Rocky just mentioned, you can visit them online there to get more. Heading our way out to the track right now as we set up race number 12. Exacta 20-cent superfecta triactor wagering. You can also tag your ticket here with the Wild Horses. Only a few of these races left for jackpots of $55 in honor of the 55th running of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
So we'll go to the track for tonight's 12th race. PCMLA Tyler DeRoche. He's in the stand with us here tonight, the grandstand, District 21, Summerside Wilmot, with the cooler presentation. Landing on the 3, Marito Hanover, 5-year-old by Better's Delight for Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec. Trevor Hicken, the trainer. Jason Hughes in the driver's seat. Nice mile this last one, Pete.
Yeah, I sure did, Rock. Charlottetown 1701s zipped the wings, went to the front, and was a leader pretty much at every call. He just got nailed at the wire. Acrobat Hanover and Cataparca got up to get him, but he raced great. Third, just beating a quarter of a length, 54-4, 28-3 on the end of it. Just a reminder, he did win the Bob Dewar last year. He came out of the clouds off the rail for Jason last year, so he knows how to win at this track, and I kind of like him here. I think he'll be up into the action. Marito Hanover is 5-2.
And there's a look at the 5, Navalny, 5-year-old by Control the Moment for Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale. Melissa Rennie is the trainer. Adam Murner in the driver's seat. This horse has got some nice miles that jump off the page, Peter.
I really like this guy, Rock. I picked him last week in the feature in Charlottetown to win from the 7-hole. I was pretty excited when they turned for home. He was storming on the end of it, 27-3, and he just missed at the very end. Third, beaten half a length. Moonrider snuck down the passing lane and won it. Mr. Riley was on the rail. He hung for second, and Navalny just missed. He was storming on the end of it. Third, beaten half a length. So better spot to work from here tonight. I won't be shocked if he wins it. Navalny 8-5.
And there we see the rail sitter in here, Better Than Butter, 5-year-old by Westward O'Hanover for Walter Deagle of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Morgan Shepherd, the trainer. Colin Shepherd in the driver's seat. This horse got a great spot to work from and shows some nice miles too, Pete.
Yeah, that last one, he just tracked along perfectly from post 3 as part of the series, the Colt series here in Summerside. Left 3, tracked all the way. 4th, 3rd, Pictonian IM, Middleton Terror were 1-2, but Better Than Butter right there, 55-2. And I like the way he closed, 28 seconds flat. 7 wins last year, the quickest at Inverness in 1:56 and 2. Like you said, he's on the rail, and he'll be covered up for a long way. Colin Shepherd to drive Better Than Butter, 7-1.
Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming 12th race. PCMLA Tyler Darash is in the house tonight. District 21 Summerside Wilmot. Better Than Butter is on the rail for Colin Shepherd at 8-1. Don't Ask Logan 2. Todd Trites at 6-1. Marito Hanover, the 3 for Jason Hughes at 9-5. The 4, Acrobat Hanover. Mark Campbell in the bike, a winner in his last start. 154-4. Right now they're at 8-5. Navalny from post 5 with Adam Erner at 9-5. And the 6, JJ Patrick. Corey McPherson in the bike, a winner in his last start too, 157 flat. And they are 24-1. That is your field for the upcoming 12th race. Get in the action here tonight. Don't get shut out at the windows. Good luck with your selections. Twelfth race, PC MLA Tyler Darash, District 21 Summerside Wilmot. Moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Better Than Butter, Don't Ask Logan, Marito Hanover, Acrobat Hanover, Navalny, and JJ Patrick on the gate. Top of the stretch. They're all lined up and approaching a start. The rough and pacing Navalny leaving out. Better Than Butter along the rail. 3rd to the turn, Marito Hanover. Don't Ask Logan away 4th. Acrobat Hanover 5th. Then JJ Patrick. He'll trail them early. Off stride on the turn. Don't Ask Logan has jumped it off. To the backstretch they go. Led by Better Than Butter for Colin Shepherd. Navalny forced to take a seat 2nd. Racing 3rd up the rail, Marito Hanover. Acrobat Hanover. And now 4th. Then in 5th it's JJ Patrick. Trailing the field, Don't Ask Logan. They're on by the opening quarter mile, and it's Better Than Butter the leader. Racing from 2nd, that's Navalny. 28-1 was the quarter. Racing 3rd on the turn, Marito Hanover. Then in 4th, that's Acrobat Hanover. JJ Patrick is 5th, and the trailer is Don't Ask Logan. Here comes the opening half mile, and the backfield goes in motion now. Better Than Butter is the midway point leader. First up comes Marito Hanover. 3rd up the rail, Navalny. 2nd over the outside. 4th is Acrobat Hanover. Then 5th up the rail, Don't Ask Logan. Outside 6 is JJ Patrick. 58-4. That was a comfortable 30-3 second quarter breather, and that's Better Than Butter. Taking him over to 3/4. Marito Hanover 2nd. Acrobat Hanover coming 3 wide 3rd. 4th up the rail, Navalny with nowhere to go. 3 wide in 5th is JJ Patrick. Now the trailer, Don't Ask Logan. 3/4 up in a 1. 27-4. Just an 8 left to go. Acrobat Hanover takes over the lead, turning down the home stretch, racing from 2nd. JJ Patrick on the far outside, deep stretch now on the wire. JJ Patrick has shocked them here for Corey McPherson. Tight for the deuce. Navalny is there with Acrobat Hanover, and the time for the mile in 1:56.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for tonight's 12th race. PCMLA Tyler DeRoche, Summerside, District 21 in Wilmot. And Peter, it's nice to see a Summerside horse get this win tonight.
Yeah, certainly. Wow, what a finish here for J.J. Patrick. We'll take you through it here. Better than Butter. One at the front, 28-1, 58-4. Marito Hanover goes first. Acrobat Hanover follows, 127-4. To the lead goes Acrobat Hanover, thinking he might get it done here for Campbell, but late, storming out of the clouds. Yeah, that's the 6th. J.J. Patrick flying for Corey McPherson on the end of it. They're going to reach up here and get the gold as they win it in 156-3. Nice win for J.J. Patrick and McPherson. They're in the winner's circle next.
There's J.J. Patrick on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle here in the 12th. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 6 by Image of Dawn off the Rustler Hanover Dam. Hurricane Heidi, owned by Mark Gallant of Summerside, bred by Jamie McKinley. He's trained by Ricky Armstrong and driven to victory by Corey McPherson. He's a giant slayer tonight here on Plate Night at Summerside. It's his second upset victory since returning to Prince Edward Island. And the mile is 156-3. J.J. Patrick in a 12th race. Shocker. Down at trackside, PCMLA Tyler DeRoche for District 21. Summerside Wilmot makes the cooler presentation. Mike McGuigan and Zach Conway, contact the judges, please. Mike McGuigan and Zach Conway, contact the judges. Here's the official results now in race 12. Better Than Butter 5th. Don't Ask Logan 6th. Marito Hanover 4th. Acrobat Hanover finished 2nd. Navalny was 3rd. J.J. Patrick was the upset winner. 28-1, 58-4, 127-4, and the mile 156-3. In review, it's 5-6-4. 2-3-1. J.J. Patrick paid $60.30 on the nose. The exactor $473.60. The triactor was $321.20, and the superfecta carryover.
All right, some great pace here tonight. There's the exacta 6'4", 47, 473, 60. Just another theme that's building for tonight as we roll on into plate number 55, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Minister of Finance pace is coming up next. The Honourable Jill Burge, who was here earlier tonight, of course, and remains here. She was here with the motorcade that came in, so she will be trackside. Now, everyone's talking about the Basil Whalen Memorial Top Driver. Let's bring in the board here. And, guys, again, it's holding up and true to tradition. Wow, look at that. Tied.
This is right up to date. After race number 12, Corey won the last one. So Mark Campbell and Corey now tied for the lead heading into race number 13 tonight. Mark Campbell with 9 wins, Corey with 9. But, Rock, it's not over yet because the other guys are right there.
Oh, I guess it's a long way from over. There's still 3 races left here, 4 races left here. Mark Campbell with 9, as you said, McPherson with 9. Then Adam Murner's got 8. Kenny Murphy and Jason Hughes tied with 7. Yeah, there's lots of racing left here, boys.
Lots of racing left, and, it's could be anyone's game here. And before we get through, we were checking in with some of the family members with the Whalen family, and we're just telling them it's too close to call, which is keeping with tradition year after year. So there it is. That's the update for you right now. 5 minutes to go to race number 13. We'll back and pick up some of the horses here and get introduced on the racetrack for post-parade next.
Yeah, and there are the picks, Lee, and we see Robert Reed Jr. is very active online tonight. He's showing video from Red Shores. He's showing picks as well. Don Lupel and him are going back and forth online, so it's great to see lots of activity on the social media channels. Don with a 1-2-5, Robert with a 1-2-4, backstretch beat, also with the 1 at 5 and 6, and Classifier going to the 5-7-2.
Tonight's 13th race is the Minister of Finance pace number 1 Emperor, owned and trained by Jeff Lewis of Moncton, New Brunswick. Jason Hughes drives. Two is Stony Curtis, owned by Gregory Kirby of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine, trained by Chris Davies, driven tonight by Gilles Barrio. Number 3 is Wild River Coyote, owned by Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton, trained by Dwayne McCachran, driven by Adam Murner. Weimar Jimbo number 4, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico, trained by Eric Doucette, driven by Kenny Murphy. 5 is Melanie's Magic, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Pep in My Step number 6, owned and trained by Claire Sweet of Valeri, tonight Mark Campbell. Seven is Slate, owned by Sandy Myers of Charlottetown, trained by Wade Myers and driven by David Dowling. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 13. Before we get another look at the field in the 55th edition of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, let's go back down memory lane on race day.
Okay, so here we go. 137 years of racing here at Summerside, and you get the 55th running of the Governor's Plate, and let's take you back to 1985. And we know those familiar colors.
Yeah.
In the winner's circle with Mr. Marcel Barrio.
Yeah, Angel Shadow, 1985, Marcel Barrio. Now, Rock, we've asked you if you've been to these races. I think you've been to pretty much all of them since you were born. Were you at this one in 85?
Oh, absolutely. I was around with Marcel Barrio and Jody Hennessy all week. They come over that year, took over their big stables. They were stabled down in the paddock area there. And I don't know if you can see him or not, boys, or recognize who's holding Angel Shadow by the head, but that's Wally McGuinness.
Mm-hmm. Wally McGuinness, yes. Yeah. Well, some great photos there. A picture parade here tonight. Looks like Bob Dewar at the end there, right, with the suit?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. And Marcel also won the Governor's Plate in 1979 with Flying Caper. So he won it a couple of times. 85 with Angel Shadow, that's the photo there. Also 79, a Governor's Plate win for Marcel with Flying Caper.
So I don't know if we want to talk ages here, guys, or not, but Brock, you wouldn't be very old at that point, would you?
Well, I'll be 50 next year. Let's put her that way.
Okay. Yeah, well, I would have been around 16. So back out to the track we go. It is the Minister of Finance base, and we'll pick up the top contenders. There's the rail sitter, Emperor at 4-1, Rock.
Yes, sir, and he's got the rail tonight, Emperor, as he did in his last start, too, and Kenny sent him right down the road in that one, Peter, and look at that mile.
Yeah, that was excellent. He almost got there in the end, too. Like you said, he scooted off the wings. He was pointed by Murphy right down the road in Summerside, and he was third. They just got to him at the wire. Chickaboom and Revenant, they got there in the end. They were 1-2. Emperor raced great third, 54-2, 28-3 on the end of it. This guy in the bike tonight likes to do the same thing. Jason likes to point them as well, so I think this guy's going to be up handy the pace, and he may get it done from the rail at 3-1.
And there's a look at the two, Stoney Curtis, 6-year-old by Sunshine Beach, for Greg Kirby of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine. Chris Davies having a great week himself here, great year so far. And Gilles Barrio in the driver's seat, nice win, 2 back. Peter?
Yeah, that's the one I looked at too, Rock. That one hopped off the page for me. 8:51s here, left 2, got to the point, and was the winner by a length, 57-3, 29-3. Real nice trip. He had 6 wins last year from 24 starts, 58-1, the quickest over Inverness. And he's gone a little quicker this year, 57-3, 2 back there. Great spot to work from. Barrio in the bike on Stoney Curtis, 5-2.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $2,290. Tonight's 50-50 winning number is 963 318. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $2,290, 963 318. Good luck.
And there we see the 4, Rymar Jimbo, 6-year-old by Chemistic for Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette. Eric is the trainer. Kenny Murphy is aboard tonight. Was a winner 4 back, Peter.
Yeah, was a winner, you're right. 851s in Charlottetown, 57 flat. Nice win. And then Summerside 2 back. I thought he raced well too, Rock. 1501s left from 2. Kenny placed him in the 2-hole. He ended up third to Soccer Hanover. Good trip though, 58, 29-2 on the end of it. I like him for part of it here, 7-2.
So tonight's 13th race, Minister of Finance is with us tonight. Trackside for the cooler presentation. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Emperor, Stoney Curtis, Wild River Coyote, Rymar Jimbo. Melanie's Magic, Pep in My Step. Slate's outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Emperor the first one out. Second to the turn, Stoney Curtis, Wild River Coyote third, Rymar Jimbo fourth, Melanie's Magic fifth, Pepper My Step 6, Slate 7. That's a programmed order start as they swing by the opening 8th. The leaders are Emperor and the Blue Knight U's. Second at the rail is Stoney Curtis. Racing from third is Wild River Coyote. In mid-pack 4th is Rymar Jimbo. Melanie's Magic has 5th. That's Pep in My Step racing from 6th. Trailing the field is Slate. They arrived at that opening quarter mile in 28. 4. Straight alignment as they round the paddock turn for the first time, led by the post-time favorite, Emperor. Stoney Curtis getting the 2-hole ride. Wild River Coyote is third. Fourth at the rail, Rymar Jimbo. There goes Pep in My Step. First up on the outside 5th. Following the cover on the outside 6th, that's Slate. And now the trailer is Melanie's Magic. They're halfway home in the 13th, led by Emperor in 58 seconds flat around the turn, arriving at 5-8. Emperor opens by 2. Stoney Curtis giving giving chase. Pep in my step on the outside is taking over third. Fourth at the rail is Wild River Coyote. From the outside, Slade is fifth. Rymar Jimbo on the cone sixth. Outside the trailer seventh. Melanie's Magic. Emperor getting away on them now. Clear by four. Make it five. 3/4 up in 1:26 and 4 with an eighth of a mile left to go. It's Emperor all alone turning for home. Stony Curtis is second. Wild River Coyote third. Rymar Jimbo. But the Blue Knight and Emperor make it look easy here in the 13th. Wild River Coyote was second. Stony Curtis held third. Time for the mile in 1:55.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for tonight's 13th race. Minister of Finance Pace, Emperor, and Jason Hughes were serious tonight, Peter.
No doubt about it. Jason floored it early on here, 28-4. He wanted to boss it right from the hop. 58 to the half, complete control. 126-4, separation up the backside. He said goodnight, and they swing for home. He's all alone in deep stretch here. 1:55.3, domination rate from the word go here tonight for Emperor and Jason Hughes. They win the Minister of Finance Pace. The trackside presentation coming up next.
All right, there's a look at Emperor on the way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle here tonight.
Yeah, and thank you to Woodmere Standardbreds. Rocky and Kurt and Vance have been doing a great job all week, and we want to thank Woodmere Standardbreds League for their support of the racing game, and they're the sponsors here of the Winter Circle in Summerside.
That's right, and the Honourable Jill Burridge, who's the Minister of Finance and also the Minister responsible for harness racing, will be trackside.
There goes Emperor to the 13th race winner's circle. Big Facing Gelding, he's 10 by Ponder. Off the Camlock Dam, Northern Empress. Owned by Jeff Lewis of Moncton, New Brunswick. Bred by Bob McIntosh Stable, Al McIntosh Holdings, and Larry Pollard. Trained by Jeff Lewis. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, put him on top at every call tonight. For Jason, that's his second winner for the double. And the coast-to-coast winning effort is 1:55.3. Emperor in the 13th. The Honorable Jill Burridge, Minister of Finance, joining us on the plate night here in Summerside at trackside for the cooler presentation. Now the official results from the 13th. Emperor the winner. Stony Curtis third. Wild River Coyote was second. Rymar Jimbo finished fourth. Melanie's Magic was 5th. Pep in My Step finished 7th. Slate was 6th. Fractions of 28 and 4. 58. 126 and 4. And the mile in 155 and 3. In review, 132, 45, 76. Emperor returning 340. Exactor was 2270. Triactor 7880. Superfecta 3871.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
All right, so the Premier's Pace is coming up next here at Redshores Summerside, and all part of a special mega card of the Governor's Plate presentation tonight, and it's plate number 55. Brought to you by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And Lee Drake, along with Rocky Skierman and Peter McPhee at the desk, Vance Cameron in the booth. We're already 13 in the books here. And gentlemen, we started the night with some nice sunny skies and some warm weather, and then a little bit of rain came in, and the wind's cooled down a little bit right now. The rain has moved away. It's turned out to be a nice night.
Sure has. It's been nice here outside. I think Rocky was thinking he was inside there when it was pouring rain for about 10 minutes, but we survived it, Lee.
Yeah, we made it through. We had to tie everything down here, but we made it through.
The highlight for me so far, I mean, there's been a lot of great racing so far, but Malignity tonight, wow, what a performance from him. 154 flat in race number 11. That was the 3-year-old Colson Atlantic Sire Stakes A. He went right to the front, was dominating here tonight in race number 11 for Paul Angelo. Rock, what about you? What is your highlight?
Yeah, that's got to be it, because like I said to you, Peter, when I threw it to you in the slow-mo,
yeah,
if you blinked your eye when he moved that horse out,
yeah,
you would have missed him getting to the front.
Unreal.
Because it was that fast. It was like major speed.
Brush and crush right to the front.
Brush and crush.
You know, one of my highlights tonight was no plan intended. The Governor's Plate champion from last year actually making it and winning the consolation. That was nice to see as well. All kinds of great action here. The Premier's Pace is coming up next, and what can we say about the Premier and of course the government of Prince Edward Island with their support of harness racing, and doing a great job as we slide in the picks here for race number 14, and Don Lupel, Robert Reed Jr. and Backstretch Beat with Nick Oakes and Classifier's Choice here, all with similar themes as we get rolling for the 14th.
Yeah, Time to Dance here, former champion of Governor's Plate. He's in here in the Premier's Pace. Don Lupel 4-1-5. Robert Reed at 1-4-5, going to Rose Run Quest, who's won 3 in a row. Backstretch Beat going to Time to Dance, and Classifier going to Rose Run Quest on the rail. So lots of good choices here as we work on race number 14.
And there you see the 4th place photo from tonight's 13th race. You'll see Reimer Jimbo at the rail, just nipping Melanie's Magic just by a whisker. Great shot by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. 4th place from tonight's 13th race. I'll give a happy birthday shout out to Shelley Coughlin. Celebrated yesterday. From all of us here at Red Shores, happy birthday.
Evening's fourth race enters the track for the post parade. It's the Premier's Pace. Number 1 is Rose Run Quest, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen and Isaac Skierman, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner drives. 2 is Frontier Cruise, owned by John Charles Beliveau of Skidoock and John R. Beliveau of Dieppe, New Brunswick, trained by John R. Beliveau, Corey McPherson. 3 is Moonrider, owned by Debbie Elderman of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 Time to Dance, owned by Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, Kent McDonald, and Ryan McLeod. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 5 is Spicy P, owned by Robbie Hughes of Stratford, Jason Hughes, trainer driver. 6 is Woodmere Ideal Art, owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifwai Melanson, Gilles Barrio. Now to your final call for wagering here on race number 14. Last call at the windows, and this is Race Day Live from Summerside, Prince Edward Island.
All right, so we're going to roll in a few photos here for you. This was last year's Governor's Plate champion, and that was in the winner's circle shot. You see the Premier there, of course, and Warren Ellis. Some great memories, and the 55th running, of course, happening here tonight. We're going to take you down another trip down memory lane here, and this is 2003. This is Bramley Road and Doug McGregor. And I know they did an interview this week with John Likely in the special insert, Peter.
Yes, and an excellent picture there, like you mentioned, from 2003. Huge win for Doug McGregor and Bramley Road and the Connections. And they were part of that Governor's Plate insert league.
That's right.
Going back for 20 years for the victory for Bramley Road.
And John's over there to the left with the hat, Dr. John Hennessy there at the end here with the white sweater on as well. And we're going to roll in another photo here, Rocky, and, well, you were probably here for this one too. Back-to-back years, Outlaw Positive Charge. Can't talk about the Governor's Plate without those magnificent miles in 2008 and 2009, back-to-back champs.
Yeah, it was great too because, you know, Terry right here from Summerside, I remember going over to his barn after the races that night, you know, for some cheers, and it was great seeing Terry win those 2 Governor's Plates.
All right, good looking field here for the Premier's Pace. Let's go back out and pick up some of the top contenders here as we roll along. Exacta 20-cent Super Tractor wagering. You can also tag your ticket. Only a few of those races left for the jackpot of $55 in honor of Plate 55, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And there's the 4, Rocky, Time to Dance.
That's right, Lee. Time to Dance, former winner of the big one here in Summerside, the Governor's Plate. He's a 7-year-old by a rock and roll dance for Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, Kent McDonald, and Ryan McLeod. Mark Campbell, the trainer and the driver, comes into this one, Pete. 3 back was a winner for Corey McPherson.
Yeah, that was a nice win over Charlottetown there. You can see it was the preferred one. Sloppy track on that day. Was a winner 58-4 for Corey, like you said, right on the engine. And prior to that, he was a winner. If you go back to May 27th, their preferred ones at the CDP, put on the engine by Jason Hughes, a winner 54-1, 27-4 on the end of it. He was in the Ladner last time out. He had the rail, finished 4th, the YS Mathis, No Plan Intended, and Meticulous, all very good horses. Time to Dance 4th, 153-4. Like you said, a former champion of the Governor's Plate. He's in the Premier Space here tonight, and he has a huge shot. Mark Campbell already has 4 wins. He is looking for the high 5 on Time to Dance at 3-4.
And there's a look at the rail sitter. That is Rose Run Quest, 11-year-old by If I Can Dream for Blair and Carl Hansen. Isaac Skierman, Melissa Rennie is the trainer. Comes into this one 3-race winning streak, Peter.
Boy, he's been awesome, Rock, the last 3 times out. June 24th there, right down the highway for Adam, 55. And when he came back on July 2nd, that was a Sunday in Charlottetown. He sat in the 2-hole, angled out late, and got up to win 53-3. Beat a very nice horse in Meticulous. And then right back on July 8th, last Saturday night, pointed off the wings. A little tussle early. Got to the front, was a winner by 4 and change, 53-4. And he closed home, 27-3. He's been dynamite on a 3-race win streak. And he's looking for the Grand Slam on the rail for Murner at 9-5.
And don't forget, Pete, our 2019 Governor's Plate winner was Rose Run Quest. And there is a look at the 3 Moonrider, 11-year-old by Sports Rider for Debbie Element of Village Green, Colin Johnson, the trainer. It's Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat tonight, Peter, coming into this one off a nice win.
He sure did, Rock. That was last Saturday night in Charlottetown. I had him for 3rd. He snuck down the rail for Campbell and won it by a nose, 55-3, 28 on the end of it.
So the countdown clock is in here. It's post time for race number 14 as we make our way to the Premier's Pace. Back upstairs to the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Rose Run Quest, Frontier Cruise, Moonrider. Time to Dance, Spicy P, and Woodmere Ideal Art on the gate. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Time to Dance leaves out Frontier Cruise along the rail is 2nd. From the outside, 3rd, Spicy P on the rail. That is Rose Run Quest to take over 3rd. Moonrider is now 4th, Spicy P 5th, then the trailer. That is Woodmere Ideal Art. They're on the back stretch, led by Time to Dance. In line to Mark Campbell. 2nd at the rail is Frontier Cruise, racing from 3rd. That's Rose Run Quest. 4th on the cones is Moonrider. Spicy P at the rail, 5th. Trailing the field, that is Woodmere Ideal Art. So the front quarter goes to Time to Dance for Mark Campbell in 28-1. Tracking along second is the Long Shot. That's Frontier Cruise. Around the turn third is Rose Run Quest. Fourth on the pylons, that's Moonrider. Racing from fifth is Spicy P. And trailing the field, Woodmere Ideal Art. Still straight alignment and getting all the respect on the front end. That is Time to Dance, the midway point leader. Still no right line action. They arrived at the midway point in 57-2. Time to Dance still have them in straight alignment in behind them, going by the 5-8. Frontier Cruise is second, Rose Run Quest third, Moonrider fourth, Spicy P, Woodmere Ideal Art. Still no one has made the move, and Time to Dance arriving at 3/4 has a 2-length lead, and it's getting late, and it's getting larger. The lead is 3/4 in 1, 25-3. Time to Dance an eighth of a mile out, clear by 4. Frontier Cruise is all out in the 2-hole. Rose Run Quest on the outside, coming late third. Deep stretch now. Time to Dance. Rose Run Quest running out of racetrack. Time to Dance will get Mark Campbell win number 5 on plate night. Second, that'll go to Rose Run Quest. Look like Frontier Cruise. Time for the mile. 1:54.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for tonight's 14th race. Premier's Pace, Peter, and Mark Campbell. Time to Dance, wire to wire, and he is now in the lead for the Bays of Wayland.
Yeah, he's got 10. He's in the lead here now. Time to Dance. He showed his class here tonight. 28-1, 57-2, still the leader. 125-3. Looked like he might get it easily here tonight, but no. Rose Run Quest is storming here on the end of it, trying to catch him, but he runs at a racetrack, like Vance said, and Time to Dance reaches up in the final strides to win 1:54.2. Beautiful close-up on the slow-mo here tonight from Universal Media. Time to Dance. He knows where the winner's circle is. So does Mark Campbell. He has 5 wins on the night.
Nobody has claimed that 50-50 yet. 963-318. 50-50 worth $2,290. The winning number, 963-318. Good luck.
Mark Campbell's having a large Governor's Plate night on this Saturday night here in Summerside. He's going to go to the winner's circle for win number 5. Time to Dance will take him there here in the 14th. Bay Pacing gelding 7 by a rock and roll dance. Off the Better's Delight Dam, Mystical Gypsy. Owned by Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, and Kent McDonald and Ryan McLeod. Mark Campbell trains, Mark Campbell drives, and the horse will pick up his 45th lifetime victory tonight. The wire-to-wire win in 1:54.2 down at trackside. It's the Premier's Pace, and it's the cooler presentation on the back of Time to Dance, and Mark Campbell's 5th winner, 1:54.2. Now the official results here in the 14th. Rose Run Quest was second. Frontier Cruise third. Moonrider fourth. Time to Dance, the race winner. Spicy P fifth. Woodmere Ideal Art was sixth. The fractions of 28 and 1, 57 and 2, 125 and 3, and the mile 154 and 2. From the top, your program reads 234-156. Time to Dance paid $320. The exactor was $520. Triactor $24.10. Superfecta $601.
Well, Pete, 15th race coming up. Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Final for a purse of $6,000. 8 nice mares on the gate in this one.
You know what? It's been a terrific racing here tonight. Time to Dance and Rose Run Quest. Like you mentioned, 2 former champions battling right down to the wire last time, and what a race that was. Time to Dance showing his back class, winning that one in race number 14. But, Rock, yeah, we're moving to the 15th here, and Matt from UMI built a beautiful board for us, so we're going to put it in here tonight. Share the Moment on the rail for Barrio. I think it's a big shot in here. Even money right now. Plain Jane. Boy, does Corey McPherson ever get along well with Plain Jane. That's a nice price, serving up 12-1. Ace 44 Dome for Jason Hughes. He's rolling along this week. 8-1. Dolly Sky, the price horse for Kenny Murphy at 24-1. Rock, and you got the rest of the field.
Yeah, Dream Fair, Zenfire, Mark Campbell. Right now on the board, 2-1. I'll Tell Me Ma is 6. Paul Angel to drive tonight, 22-1. The 7 Sugar Bowl, my top choice in here at 9-2 with Adam Murner. And the 8 Better Be in Love, David Dowling. I went 7-3-1-5 in here, Peter.
Yeah, I like the 1 in here. I went to the rail with Barrio. Share the Moment. I do like the 2 Plain Jane just because Corey gets along so well with her, and I like the price at 12-1. And I did put the 7 in Sugar Bowl tonight. Hughes drives the 3, so that means Murner gets the call on Sugar Bowl at 9-5. I went 1-2-7 in the 15th.
The 15th race is the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Final. They're on the track for the post parade. Share the Moment, number 1, owned by Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, Scott Bridges, and John McDougall. Trained by Bo Ford, Jills Barrio driving. Plain Jane, number 2, owned by Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish. Trained by Mark Campbell, driven by Corey McPherson. 3 is Ace 44 Dome, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. 4 Dolly Sky, owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape. Trained by Chris Davies, Kenny Murphy up. 5 Dream Fair Zen Fire, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Trainer-driver is Mark Campbell. I'll Tell Me Ma wears number 6, owned by Scott Dunn of Montague. Trained by Colin Johnson. Paul Langell catch drives. Number 7 is Sugar Bowl, owned by Tommy Collins and Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart. Trained by Jason Hughes. Adam Murner catch drives. 8 is Better Be in Love, owned by Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, and Aaron McCardle. Trained by Brendan Mullen. David Dowling catch drives. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on the Ruby Chapel Final. 4 minutes to post time. Let's return to the Race Day Broadcast Center.
Okay, so race number 15 on track here tonight, guys, and we're getting a note from our partners in Ontario, Woodbine Mohawk Park, under a weather delay there. Boy, I was just looking at some of the social media channels. Let's hope that stays out of here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you saw some lightning in Ontario. They can get some wicked storms in Ontario, so hopefully everybody's okay and they'll get back racing there. But we're working on race number 15 tonight, the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Final.
Let's give you a little scenario here of what could happen, Rocky and Peter, if Mark Campbell wins this here. We're going to do the presentation trackside. We have the Whalen family on standby. So if he actually does win this in this race, then he can't be beat.
That's right. Mark has 10 right now. Corey McPherson has 9. So if Mark wins here with Dream Fair Zen Fire, he would have 11, and that would mean he'd be up by 2 with only 1 race to go. Mark would be the champion of the Basil Whalen Memorial Trophy this year. But he has to win this race. If he doesn't, then Corey has a chance to catch him in the final race.
That means we can't present it. Rocky, it's always a complicated mix, but you know what? It makes it that much more competitive. Here's Share the Moment off the rail at 3 to 4. Over to you.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here, however it shapes up. But there is a look at the rail sitter, Share the Moment. She's a 5-year-old black mare by Control the Moment for Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, Scott Bridges, and John McDougall. Had a chance to chat with Scotty tonight. Got his picture taken with me here on the desk. Bo Ford is the trainer. Gilles Barrio back in the driver's seat here tonight. Peter.
Yeah, again, I like the 1-3 down, June 15th. Fillies and Mares preferred 1, left from 4. Didn't panic at all. Gilly sat 4 most of the way. Then they sprinted home in 28-1, and they got it all. 54-4 was a real nice win. Last time out here in the Chapel in the Limbs, left 6, finished second. 55-3 closed out. 29-1. So that was from post 6. The big thing for me tonight, moving on inside tonight, Share the Moment and Barrier. I think they'll be tough from the rail. 3 to 4.
And there's a look at the 2, Plain Jane, 5-year-old mare by Shadow Play for Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish. Mark Campbell, the trainer. It's Corey McPherson to drive tonight, Peter. And I said it on Elimination Day. Corey McPherson gets along very well with this mare.
Yeah, just look at the lines. You're exactly right. 3 back. The Fillies and Mare preferred 1 in Charlottetown. Left from 4 and was a winner for Corey. 54-1. And they did storm home in 27-2 to get the gold on that day. Came right back on the 29th. Corey did the driving again. Second to Dream Fair Zen Fire. Only beaten half a length. 54-2 closed out. 28 seconds flat. So like you mentioned, Rock, this is a good combination. Corey and Plain Jane, they're in a good spot here tonight. Serving up 6-1.
And there is a look at the 7, my top choice, Sugar Bowl, 4-year-old brown mare by Sweet Lou for Tommy Collins and Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart. Jason Hughes is the trainer, Adam Murner in the driver's seat. look at all the ones on her program, Peter.
What a purchase this has been for Tommy Collins and Brian McPhee. They share the ownership. Jason Hughes is the trainer, but Jason is also the trainer on Ace 44 Dome, so he drives that horse tonight. That means Adam Murner gets the call on Sugar Bowl. So yeah, Rock, we go down the lines. A winner 4 back, 53-2. Wow, that was something else. Came right back and won in 54-4, and won twice since then in the Chapel here the last time out in Summerside. 56-1. Looking for 6 in a row is Sugar Bowl. Murner tonight, 4-1.
So race number 15 tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. The Ruby Chapel Memorial Final. Ruby Chapel is the matriarch of the Chapel family, which has been actively involved in the harness racing community in Summerside for over 70 years. 4 of her sons, Lester, Graham Jr., and Clifford, were all mainstays in the local racing scene. Several of her grandchildren, including drivers Gary, John, and Rob Chapel, continue the family's long involvement. You mentioned the Chapel name. You certainly think of harness racing. In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, it is race 15 post time. Back upstairs, here's Vance Cameron.
Lee, it's the winningest name in the history of Summerside Raceway, Chapel. It's the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Final with Share the Moment, Plain Jane, Ace 44 Dome, Dolly Sky, Dreamfair Zenfire, I'll Tell Me Ma, Sugar Bowl, Better Be in Love in the grandstand side, top of the stretch. Open mares all lined up and approaching a start. The rough end pacing, Share the Moment, the first one out. Plain Jane is second.